one of the afflictions from which Amy suffers.
I think she perhaps needs to make sure that when she is in the left lane, the feet are out of the car and on the road, Fred Flintstone style.
Right.
So she stays up to speed.
There you go. So if and when she makes bail, she will be back in studio to join the discussion, but she should be here in a few minutes. Happy Veterans Day to all of the veterans and their families who served this country honorably in the past and who serve honorably today. Just a little programming note. The 8 o'clock hour, 8:35 to be specific, we'll have some pizza for you. And that's when Sergeant Mark Evans, our friend from Pizza for Patriots, joins us to celebrate Veterans Day with some good eats. But yesterday's debate, we'll take your calls and reactions all morning. 312-642-5600 is the turnkey.pro answer line. 64636 is the turnkey.pro text line. Do you think it changed the trajectory of the race at all? I think there were some interesting moments. I think there's some people who marginalized themselves. John Kasich. And I think there's some people who maybe reemerged and demanded a second look, at least among a certain minority within the Republican primary electorate, but a distinct one nonetheless, the non-interventionist Republicans, based on some of the exchanges Rand Paul had with some of the other candidates, where he put down some markers in terms of questions that Republican primary voters should consider. And I don't square with Rand Paul on some of his foreign policy views, but it doesn't mean that the questions he put forward in his exchanges, as with Marco Rubio, are illegitimate. I think they're perfectly legitimate and demand that all the candidates answer and decide which side of that Maginot line that Rand Paul drew they fall on. Here's Rand and Rubio on military spending.
How is it conservative? How is it conservative to add $1 trillion in military expenditures? You cannot be a conservative if you're going to keep promoting new programs that you're not going to pay for.
I may respond more quick, very quickly, Senator. We can't even have an economy if we're not safe. There are radical jihadists in the Middle East beheading people and crucifying Christians. A radical Shia cleric in Iran trying to get a nuclear weapon. The Chinese taking over the South China Sea. Yes, I believe the world is a safer... No, I don't believe. I know that the world is a safer and better place when America is the strongest military power in the world.
Marco, I don't think we're any safer. I do not think we are any safer from bankruptcy court. As we go further and further into debt, we become less and less safe. This is the most important thing we're going to talk about tonight. Can you be a conservative and be liberal on military spending? Can you be for unlimited military spending and say, oh, I'm going to make the country safe? No, we need a safe country. But you know, we spend more on our military than the next 10 countries combined. I want a strong national defense, but I don't want us to be bankrupt.
Yeah, I thought that was a really important exchange, and I wouldn't have responded to Rubio the way Rand Paul did, talking about how much we spend relative to the next 10 countries. It's kind of a false comparison. But the larger issue, conservatives don't believe you just throw money at programs, you throw money at problems, and if you increase spending, that magically produces a better result, right? That's what we espouse when it comes to a range of those enterprises government involves itself in. But why shouldn't the military be exempt? Well, of course, I agree with the kind of statement of principle that Rubio made. I want a strong military. I want America's military to be the strongest in the world. We need to be, because when America is weak, the world comes apart at the seams, as we've seen over the last 6 years of this presidency. However, does it necessarily mean that if we spend $1 trillion more on the military industrial complex, that we are somehow going to be safer as a country? That may be the case, but it's not to me, the issue is, what are we spending it on? What is the return on that investment? What is it that we need that we don't have at current funding levels? It's not this idea that if I spend more on the military, I'm more of a hawk. I'm more committed to this country's national defense than someone like Rand Paul, who's saying, well, the sequester cut should apply to the U.S. military as it should apply to domestic and social welfare programs as well. I think that was an important discussion, and it's an important conversation for Republican primary voters to have. So I'm frankly glad Rand Paul raised it. I thought Rand Paul proved he belonged on the stage last night, even though many had suggested that it should be Christie and not Rand Paul on that stage instead of on the undercard. So that was one important moment. Another important moment was Trump and Kasich on immigration, and then we'll get to Ted Cruz on immigration too, because I thought he had the best answer of the night. But Trump and Kasich, a little exchange, one of the many moments where Kasich seemed to be running against the Republican Party rather than for the Republican nomination for president.
All I can say is you're lucky in Ohio that you struck oil. That's for one thing. Let me just tell you.
That was Trump turning John Kasich into Jed Clampett. Let me tell you a story about a man named John Kasich. That was after John Kasich had essentially suggested Trump's position on immigration, this idea that you can return persons of 5, 7, 11, 12 million, whatever you believe the number is, that many people back to their home country, Mexico, not just Mexico, but other countries too. That is a silly idea. It is not an adult idea. And I couldn't really understand if Kasich was for building a wall or not. But here's what precipitated the Jed Clampett comment.
Think about the families. Think about the children. So, the answer really is, if they've been law-abiding, they pay a penalty, they get to stay, we protect the wall, anybody else comes over, they go back. But for the 11 million people, come on, folks, we all know you can't pick them up and ship them back across the border. It's a silly argument. It's not an adult argument. It makes no sense.
It struck me that John Kasich has a bit of a silly political philosophy, executive management philosophy, since he kept referring to himself as the CEO of the state of Ohio. You remember towards the end of the debate where John Kasich, where they were talking about bailing out the banks, and Kasich essentially said, well, look, I have a philosophy, but if I get in trouble, that's when I abandon that philosophy. It's just a fascinating, I have these things that I believe in theory that I don't do in practice. Well, what kind of executive leadership is that? But Kasich's performance last night to me was bizarre, and it eliminated him from all consideration, particularly as maybe Chris Christie is rising a little bit in New Hampshire. I see John Kasich going away, and I'm not saddened by it at all. Ed in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I watched the debate, and I think Carly outshined them all, because with her answers, you were talking earlier on the radio about military spending, but her plan to keep accounting of every single dollar, I mean, that's what this government needs, because they just throw money at an issue, and they have no way of measuring if it is a good program, a bad program. It just seems like it just appeases the voters by saying, yeah, we spent $7 billion for food stamps. We spent whatever, not even knowing if it's helpful or not, or if it's working or not. There's no accountability at all. And I also agree that John Kasich, I wish a lot of those guys would just sit down. They have no chance. Just get out of the way. And even Ben Carson, I think, flopped last night. He doesn't fit at all.
Thanks for the call, Ed. I disagree about Ben Carson. We'll get to Carson and also Fiorina, who I thought had a typically strong performance, but not a standout performance. We'll get to them both. Take more of your calls, 312-642-5600. That's the turnkey.pro answer line. 646-36DA is the turnkey.pro text line. And we'll see if Amy has been handcuffed and tased. We'll have updates on all that after this.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. Today, some sun, increasing clouds, breezy and mild, a high of 62 degrees. But then tonight, the nasty stuff moves in. We're going to have periods of rain and a thunderstorm, which can bring some damaging winds. And tomorrow, very windy, a passing morning shower, otherwise cooler. Locally, damaging winds continue, and then a high of 52 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Good morning, Jim Talamonte.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Happy Veterans Day to our vets. Right now, things look pretty good on the expressways and tollways. Most of the overnight work is gone. Still a little bit on the outbound ride and on westbound 390. No delays there, however. Lakeshore Drive is open northbound. Everything is open and clear in that area. In the loop, Randolph is closed off now between State and Dearborn. There's some construction work going on, so Randolph will be blocked off there right near Block 37 through Sunday. I'm Jim Talamonte in the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
This is Amy Jacobson. I'm excited to tell everybody who's considered buying a MyPillow but hasn't that now with the buy one, get one free offer, you'll also get a 60-day money-back guarantee. Basically, you can try MyPillow risk-free. You have nothing to lose and could be enjoying your best sleep ever. What are you waiting for? It is so important to get a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, it's washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer and 60-day money-back guarantee, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now. This offer is for a limited time. 800-489-0201 or online at mypillow.com. Promo code Amy. 800-489-0201.
Imagine what you would do if your business had a surplus of utility savings. More than 30% of your building's annual energy use comes from your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical service provider, understands that you have better things to do with your money. There are new energy incentives offered by Chicagoland's largest utility provider that could help your business save hundreds, even thousands of dollars every month in utility costs. As a preferred partner, Air Comfort works closely with your business. They will identify the opportunities to reduce energy usage, select, purchase, and install equipment, and even help you complete and submit your incentive paperwork. Start saving on your utilities by calling now for your free consultation at 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick-and-mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state-of-the-art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years' experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us. TrustAnAmerican.com. That's TrustAnAmerican.com or call at 630-766-2825.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, and the birthday girl has arrived. Doesn't look like you were pepper sprayed or tased.
Well, what police officer gives somebody a ticket on their birthday? I'll admit I woke up a little late. I stayed up late to watch the debate. Took, copious notes. I was ready for today.
Those are the best kind of notes.
Yes, exactly. And I'm in my car and I'm driving. I put the pedal to the metal, which my car is very old, so it was shaking, And I got pulled over and I thought, oh, he's going to give me a break. It's my birthday, right?
Yeah.
He'll give me a break. Oh, no. And he kept talking. And I said, officer, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I need to leave. I've got to go. So I think it was a Democratic plant in the car.
Did he, was it your Black Lives Matter bumper sticker that you think got you pulled over?
No, it wasn't that. I don't have any bumper stickers
When
except
you
for
were...
a Iowa Hawkeye emblem on my car.
Well, that doesn't help.
Well,
when you were talking to the officer, did you say,
don't you know who I am?
Maybe Mr. Lincoln could help? Did you try that routine?
I tried. It was just I've been pulled over a few times, for mostly talking on my cell phone, which now I've gotten a headpiece, so I'm compliant. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
But this was a very strange interaction because he wouldn't let me go, and I felt but officer, this is not a job where you can kind of walk in late and, sneak down so nobody will notice that you're there or say you're in the bathroom. I'm on the radio. I did drop I'm on the radio. Like,
that's almost like
didn't you work at Channel 5? And whatever happened to that guy? And
that's almost
we can litigate this later.
That's almost do you know who I am?
I was borderline. Do you know who I am? But I think I might have been pulled over by the same cop. Was it Illinois State Police?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Illinois
whispering
State Police. What? Pulled over by the same cop that did what?
That pulled you over.
Oh, I don't know.
Did he try and talk to you and find out your life story and how things are going?
No, the conversations are less collegial when I get pulled over. Actually, there's no conversation. I just hand my license. I say nothing. I just concede the point. I don't think I'm going to be able to cry my way out of it or bat my eyelashes, so I just concede defeat. Well, we're happy to have you. By the way, it's Erie, so Veterans Day.
Yes, 11/11.
Your birthday.
Yeah, today's my birthday, and today's my son's birthday because I gave birth, obviously.
To your son.
I
birth
did,
to him.
and I know that I did because I was there when it happened.
Yeah, sure.
Well, on 11/11. And I'm finding out today that your dad, Lawrence Proft, otherwise known on the streets as Larry, this is his birthday
That
today,
is his
too.
street handle. Happy birthday, Dad. It is his birthday.
What? This is very... And then my mom and your dad graduated from high school together in the same class.
Which is weird because you and my dad were also both born in 1943.
I know, exactly.
So that is just doesn't make any sense.
Actually, I was born in 42,
at all.
but I do a lot of Botox, so it looks better.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're holding up very well. Yes.
So did you talk to your dad this morning already?
No.
Is he going to call in?
It's his birthday. He gets to sleep in. And today, because, I mean, he hasn't played golf on his birthday since 1993, but because of the weather today, he gets to play a little bit of golf.
Does he need a partner? I'll get there safely and slowly. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
The irony with me going back to the ticket is that I'm such a safe and slow driver that I
those two things are in contradiction with
and
one
a defensive driver. I'm safe and slow, and I'm very.
Okay,
I don't.
That's an additional adjective to undermine the safe part.
But of all people to get a ticket, it's awful. I feel bad, but I can't say that I didn't do it. I was speeding. I'm guilty.
Did you flash your link card and say, "Officer, please, I'm
a single
poor
mom
and downtrodden.
Look at this car. I mean, you can't pay for rust stains like this on a car. Look at how many miles I have on my car."
You should have gone into your Marco Rubio. My parents,
my parents,
uneducated. They worked. They never had much money, but they lived the American dream. And now you're ruining all of that, officer.
Didn't work. No.
Okay, well, we're happy to have you here. We're happy that you stayed on this side of the bars. We're happy that maybe you've got a lunch date.
Oh, yeah, we stop it.
And we'll get back to the substance of the debate last night that we've got Amy squared away right after this.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Now, more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your home is one of the most important decisions you can make.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know what it takes to sell your home.
The Wall Street Journal ranked Ed at 88th in the entire country for closed listings.
I know that there's no gimmick to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful.
Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 rank in Will County.
You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that I have to sell it.
When Ed saw market trends change, he was ready and promptly received a RE/MAX of Northern Illinois Trendsetter Award.
Sure, it takes awards, but it also takes a lot of effort. So why would you try to sell your home with a we'll sell your house or buy it from you kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something's seriously wrong.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
All over the country, people are waking up with physical ailments or chronic diseases that keep them from living the life that they want to live. From thyroid issues, diabetes, even stress, they turn to a standard medical doctor to receive medication or await a miracle cure to try and correct their issues. This is not the answer. I'm Dr. Wally Doozy. Did you know that 75% of chronic diseases that affect Americans are a result of poor lifestyle choices? By focusing on lifestyle, we can address your specific issues. I know how to use your blood test to trace the root of your problem instead of throwing unnecessary medicines at you that are not helping and that are costing you tons of money. Nutrition is the key to restoring your wellness. It's time to come see my seminar to believe it for yourself and to sign up to get your health back.
Enjoy a seminar and gourmet dinner Wednesdays with Dr. Doozy's Wellness Group. Call 847-367-4900 to book your seat or visit drdoozy.com. That's DRDUZEY.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, yeah.
Just a quick debate note. This is shocking. A text from 708, perhaps our most vociferous Trump supporter.
Yes.
I was a huge Trump supporter, but he looked like a complete moron. Beginning of the end, I think. Wow.
And I agree. I thought that last night was his to lose, and he lost it, and I thought Ben Carson did too. But we'll be talking about the debate all day and taking your calls and text messages all morning long.
And after we check the headlines with Mike Scott, that Missouri communications professor, she's resigned an appointment that allows her to perhaps lead the thug's life elsewhere. We'll have it after Mike Scott.
Clouds 43 degrees. Pleasant good morning. Heavy dose of winter is blanketing the Rockies and the Western Plains right now. Storm has prompted warnings in several states. Heavy snow falling as that storm system begins to plow eastward. North of Bermuda, Kate has become the fourth hurricane of the Atlantic season, winds at 75. We could learn more later today about what caused a fiery plane crash in Akron, Ohio that killed 9. Ohio State Patrol spokesperson Bill Haymaker.
The one house that it hit, it appears to be a single house or a single family house. We have spoken with the owner of that house, and he had confirmed that nobody was inside that house.
The Highway Patrol says everyone on that twin-engine Raytheon Hawker jet was killed when the plane went down near Akron-Fulton Airport. University of Missouri students are being warned about threats made online following recent protests on campus, and a Missouri communications professor is apologizing after the video of her calling for muscle to remove a journalist from a protest site was posted online. Melissa Glick was also forced to resign from the journalism school where she was a guest professor but remains on staff at the School of Communications. Donald Trump used the latest GOP debate last night to back Marco Rubio's call for more military spending and outline his opposition to the new Asia-Pacific trade deal. Meantime, Trump and Ohio Governor John Kasich sparred over immigration last night.
Built an unbelievable company worth billions and billions of dollars. I don't have to hear from this man. Believe me.
Republicans Jeb Bush and Ben Carson sought to steady their presidential campaigns. Carson saying that as the economy grows, it will help the poor.
There will be a lot more opportunities for poor people not to be poor people, because this is America. This is the land of dreams, and our policy should be aimed at allowing people to realize that dream.
In the Fox Business debate here on AM 560, Carly Fiorina said the free market is the secret sauce of innovation.
I know more about innovation and entrepreneurship than anyone on this panel because I have led innovative businesses in the most highly competitive industry in the world for decades. The truth is, the secret sauce of America is innovation and entrepreneurship.
Last night's debate contained more policy discussion and longer statements. The next debate, mid-December. One political expert didn't see a clear-cut winner, but did believe that former Florida Governor Jeb Bush dug himself a bit of a hole.
Some people will say, it was a disaster. Some people will say maybe he did a little bit better. But I don't think it was enough to sort of dislodge Rubio as being that go-to candidate that's the preference of the establishment. I don't think Jeb Bush did tonight what he needed to do.
Rare Politics political editor Jack Hunter says also Ohio Governor John Kasich hurt his chances. The Illinois Senate has adjourned for the day and may not meet again until next year. The House is next due in Springfield, December 2nd. The public will now have access to more than 56,000 complaints filed against thousands of Chicago police officers. The University of Chicago's Civil Rights and Police Accountability Project announced Tuesday the launch of an interactive online database called the Citizens Police Data Project. White Sox have hired former Cubs skipper Rick Renteria as their bench coach. Notre Dame moves up into that coveted number 4 spot in the college football playoff rankings, and the news is a service of Unbound at Unbound. They believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable. Providing sponsorship for the elderly is just one way Unbound is different at unbound.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity calls out Hillary Clinton's lie.
We were shown evidence that proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that she and the president and other people that run this country right now lied repeatedly about the cause of the attack on the American diplomatic compound in Libya.
The Sean Hannity Show, afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen or bath with Galaxy and get free installation, free design, and free financing. Call Galaxy at 773-783-8300 or schedule online at galaxyhome.com.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
It's a great product. The years I was on it for like about 3 years before, and I noticed I was not sick at all. And the couple of months that I was off of it, I ended up having a cold, and I haven't had a cold in like all the years that I was on it before. So I'm back on it again, and I don't intend to get off of it again because I've seen the proof in the pudding, you know.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
5:35 at our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Downtown Chicago, there's a collision reported Michigan Avenue at Wacker involving a car and a CTA bus. Now seeing mild delays on the inbound Ryan and on the inbound Bishop Ford Freeway. Ford slow starting around 103rd. It's about a 3 or 4 minute delay. The inbound Ryan also has a 3 or 4 minute delay coming into downtown. There's some road work on the outbound Ryan and outbound I-57. Also in the southbound Tri-State from Grand Avenue. We're in that area to the Reagan Tollway. There's moving work at the 2 left lanes till 6 this morning. Lakeshore Drive is clear. The overnight work there wrapped up early. Traffic is a service of Veritiv. Veritiv is hiring drivers. Enjoy great hours, great people, great equipment, and local routes close to home. It all adds up to a great driving career with Veritiv. Get started at drive4v.com. That's drive, number 4, letter V.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Sun this morning, clouds on the increase in the afternoon, storms overnight. 62 for a high this afternoon, 44 with the damaging winds overnight. 38 at O'Hare, 45 along the lakefront. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer.
Joe Walsh here. Who won the debate? Who did not win the debate? We'll talk about it all when Freedom returns at 5.
What is up, Dan and Amy? Missouri. Some mildly good news out of Mizzou.
I think this is huge news out of Mizzou. There's a little bit of justice for some other people here.
Huge.
It's the biggest thing I've ever seen.
It's tremendous. University of Missouri faculty member Melissa Click apologized last night and resigned. Wait for it. Her courtesy appointment with the Missouri School of Journalism.
So she'll still be teaching those hack courses about 50 Shades of Grey and Public Speaking 101 that my nephew took.
Yeah. She's still living the thug life over in the comm department, apparently, at least unless and until the regime at University of Missouri, the Missouri college system there, decides that maybe her thuggish conduct is not welcome teaching comm students, but that has not happened yet. So I just wanted to make that distinction because the headline was resigns, and so you think, oh, fine, she's gone. So there's a little, bit of retributive justice there, but not exactly.
Yeah, she's a tenured professor. She's been there for a long time, and she's known, now because this video went viral. A video between a journalism student at her university, not an outsider, not somebody from KSDK or KMOV. No, this was a senior at University of Mizzou who was a journalism student who just tried to take a few pictures. Lady, relax.
Hi, Media. Can I talk to you?
No, you need to get out.
Well,
you need to get out.
No, I don't.
You need to get out.
I actually don't.
All right. Hey, who wants to help me get this reporter out of here? I need some muscle over here.
Wait, so she's almost inciting violence. I need some muscle over here to get him out of here. That's an assault. I mean, she's lucky she didn't get arrested for trying to instigate violence against this innocent student who, by the way, because I've been talking to the journalist student, Tim Tayo, she called him yesterday and apologized. And he accepted her apology. He's been very low-key. I've been trying to get him on the show, like, tell your experience. And he's just
we saw his experience.
Yeah,
we heard
did.
his experience.
We did, but he accepted, and she said that, now's the time for humanity
please
and
don't say
humility.
healing. Please don't say healing.
No, she said it was a written statement that she released that she said, I've learned about humanity and humility. When I apologized to one of the reporters, the student, in a phone call, he accepted my apology. I believe he's doing a difficult job, and I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to speak with him. I mean, please.
Yeah. Boy, oozing with sincerity. Well, she's oozing with something. Let me ask you this question. I hate to borrow a John Edwards formulation, but do we have two Americas? Looking at everything that's happened on the campus of the University of Missouri over the last few days, in addition to everything we know that has been happening on campuses across the country, including most recently Yale, the other story du jour about political correctness run amok on a college campus. What do you see or understand when you view these stories online or on television, when you read these stories, when you listen to the statements that are made by academics, by some of these students and student groups? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? Because I think there is two Americas. There is the America that is sane, and then there's the America that works for Salon.com. Because this is the headline in a piece by Amanda Marcotte in Salon.com. Political correctness is another right-wing lie. Missouri proves reactionary forces really are waging a war against college kids. Yeah. So what we've been seeing over the last several days, what we've talked about on this show, and dozens that's occurred on dozens of campuses, different instances, that is all evidence to support the claim that conservative, which is what Salon means when they say reactionary, conservatives are waging a war against college kids. Don't believe your lying eyes and ears. Political correctness is a lie. It's a vast right-wing conspiracy, and it's conservatives that are using that conspiracy as cover for their war against college kids. I mean, I'm serious.
Are you making that up?
This is an 800-word piece. I mean, her argument boils down to Missouri tried to take away health insurance subsidies for graduate students, blaming Obamacare. So that's Exhibit 1, and Exhibit 2 is her referencing these generic racist incidents that have been reported without specificity. So that's how she makes the claim, or that's the basis on which she makes the claim that this is a lie and a vast right-wing conspiracy to attack college kids.
I did find out there are two instances that were reported by campus police. One, the swastika painted in feces, and the other one was that guy Peyton had who he said they yelled the N-word at him. So there's documentation of those two, but that's it. The whole thing with Ferguson, and they didn't get their right to have a peaceful protest in March because the university president said if you wanted to protest, it's 2 hours away. You can drive to Ferguson and be a part of that. But we're not bringing the Ferguson fight to our campus.
Well, I tell you, one way to
because so many people have questioned, did those racial incidents really occur? There's a little bit of proof. But that's it. But that happens everywhere, and I'm sorry. There's still racism in America. I wish it would go away. It's not. But is that a normal reaction?
Oh,
to have a sit-in? Which, by the way, they still have those tents up that I saw at Transition Plaza there at MU.
I'll tell you,
they should take that down.
One of the ways to put what's happening to the market test is to ask the question, like we ask question, How do you put Illinois' governance to the market test? Well, people will vote with their feet. They're going to go places where they're treated well and their labor is treated well and their investments are treated well. That's how things flow, where they're treated the best. And so I guess the question would be, and this specifically to African-American families, after what you've seen over the last several days on the campus of University of Missouri at Columbia, would you send your child to the University of Missouri?
Is that 77% white, 7% African American, and the rest is Asian?
Yeah, well, okay, well, whatever. I mean,
click the box other. Yeah.
Honestly,
I think,
would you, after what you saw at Yale, would you send your child to Yale? Your child gets a full ride to Yale. Your child gets a full ride to Missouri. Would you encourage? I mean, to the extent that you try and influence the decision, would you say yes, junior or juniorette? I suggest, I agree you should go to Missouri. I agree you should go to Yale. This is a great opportunity. That's a great school. What I've seen confirms to me that is an institution of higher learning that will help you develop and be on your way to a successful life.
312-642-5600 is our number. It's a good question. I mean, I would.
Peyton and Eli, you would send them to Yale or Missouri or both? Or anywhere they can get a free ride.
Anywhere they could get a free ride, Dad. I'm a frugal Swede.
Yes,
okay.
Okay. All right. Greg and LaGrange.
The answer to your question, Dan, is hell no to either one of those schools, and I completely wiped Missouri off my retirement state list. The thing that really bothers me is that YouTube video that showed that teacher, that assistant professor, or whatever her position was at Missouri, trying to get some muscle, as she described it, to push a guy, a journalist, out of the way. These are little Marxists that are being created in these universities due to white guilt or whatever else. Mm-hmm. And it's very dangerous. And you have to push back against these guys because they're the classic schoolyard bullies. You have to fight back.
That's right. We end bullying through bullying. Thanks for the call, Greg. We end intolerance through intolerance. Hey, Rocco Moose, help that reporter find his camera.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Well, today, some sunshine, then increasing clouds, breezy and mild. The big story, though, is this evening. We're going to have periods of rain and thunderstorms, which can bring with it some damaging high winds. And tomorrow, we're going to start off the day very windy, a passing morning shower. Otherwise, it will be cooler. The winds continue throughout the day, a high of 52 degrees. Let's get the travel times and see how the outbound Kennedy's doing. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning and happy birthday to you. Kennedy Expressway is looking great right now. For now, anyway, it's 20 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. No delays just yet. Edens is also fine. Inbound Eisenhower, just a little heavy past Manheim, but outbound, it's slow now from Harlem to Des Plaines Avenue. There's a crash there in the left lane. Just a 2 or 3 minute delay. Inbound Stevenson, a little slow past Pulaski. Southbound I-55, we're seeing delays from past US 6 to before Arsenal due to a crash. Inbound Ryan has a 5-minute delay entering downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
You heard me talking about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, then you're missing thoughtful expository content you won't find anywhere else from those who have operated in the political and policy arenas. Each week, you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current, this week with Chicago broadcasting legend Bruce Dumont. That's our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders. You can also watch Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time to explain what the policy challenges are, why we have them, and what we can do about them. And you can check out highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising program, which tackles state and local politics and policy with deep thinkers from the Illinois Policy Institute and Illinois Opportunity Project. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that aren't heard anywhere else. No sacred cows, no punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it.
so I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. You'll be happy you did, and Foxford Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Andro 400. I really love it. I've lost 50 pounds. I was a size 38 waist. I've gone down to a 32 waist. My mood has changed. I don't get stressed out. It gave me so much more energy. It feels like I'm 25. I'm so happy. I'm just a completely different man.
Guys, if you'd like to see results like Dave Ryan's, try Andro 400. The safe, inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
AM 560. The Answer.
We're talking about University of Missouri, which segues nicely to the issue of adult children, a.k.a. millennials.
Okay, man-childs?
Yeah.
That's what I call them.
I'll tell you what, somebody has seized the market opportunity.
For what?
To deal with these adult children in their, mid-20s. Her name is Nina Kennelly. And she is a rent-a-mom for needy Brooklyn millennials. I'm not kidding.
Rent-a-mom?
Yeah. She's
That's
a rent-a-mom
great.
for needy Brooklyn millennials.
Oh, great. So what do you get, and how long can you keep her, and how much does she charge?
She charges $40 an hour.
Oh, to do what, Dan?
To provide a mother's counsel and care that these poor, downtrodden, lonely, confused 25, 27, 43, 45-year-olds are experiencing.
Okay.
For example.
Yes. I could tell you what her job qualifications are right now.
And this is in the Daily Beast if you want to read all the examples. But tomorrow, she's checking in on a female student who is recovering from neck surgery.
Oh.
On Thursday, she's meeting a woman in her late 20s who recently lost her job and wants some motherly reassurance. She just lost her job. Maybe she shouldn't be paying $40 for mother. She's still making arrangements with another client who asked Miss Kennelly to sit on her bed while she cleans out her closet, offering counsel on what to keep and what to throw away. And there's no exhaustive list of the range of motherly counsel and care related services that Miss Kennelly provides: ironing and cooking, shoulder to cry on, and business apparently is booming.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what moms do? We clean, we cook, as you mentioned. We're tutors. We're taxi cab drivers. We're counselors. I'm a mediator between my two boys. We're nurses. We're everything. I mean, I'm a landscaper.
Yeah, I know, but you're
change the oil.
Your children are of minority age.
I know, but I'm just saying
the issue is not the importance of moms. That's not I concede the point. And,
yeah.
And there's always that every year, I should say, there's that Mother's Day, like money.com and some of the other websites do the quantification of the salary that a mom would get if all her skills that you were just delineating were, if you attach a market value to them, and it's like $220,000 or something.
Yeah, where's my money?
Yeah.
Andrew, Russell, Peyton, Eli.
Exactly.
No, but we're accountants. I mean, I'm just saying that these skills that we have honed over the years are, when kids become adults, they want to have a mom like that to travel with them. So they're paying for this service to have a rent-a-mom. You know what? Actually, it's a brilliant idea. It sounds crazy, but I understand the need. If people have problems, and especially the counseling, they need reassurance. They need motherly love. Is there a snuggle fee in there?
I
Because moms are huggers. We do hug.
Yeah. She,
appropriately.
Miss Kennelly, who actually, her background, 8 years as a substance abuse counselor in a methadone clinic.
Oh, there. Okay.
So that's good training to deal with some of these despondent millennials.
Thank God I don't have that problem.
She says, I have an understanding of what the world is like for younger people living here, meaning Brooklyn, that parents in Dubuque, Iowa might not have. Oh, I don't know about that.
No,
I don't know about
it's
that.
Not a geographic.
You're so worldly. So, yeah, you're so worldly. Those hayseeds in Dubuque don't know what time it is. All the struggles and pressures of being a hipster doofus in Brooklyn.
Well, it's weird that you bring that up because we're trying to get rid of not trying to get rid of, but it's time to move on and say goodbye to a babysitter that we've had for 12 years now.
I mean, is this like Goodfellas? Get rid of her?
No.
Oh.
Excuse me. I get choked up, but she's been with us for 11 years, getting up at 3 a.m, coming to our house. And my boys actually think that she's going to go to college with them because I had this conversation with them. We have to, it's time, you're of the age now. You're turning 12. You can stay home by yourself. You can walk to school. You can fix yourself breakfast. You can make your bed. And my youngest said, well, I thought she was going to be with me forever. And I said, did you think she was going to go to college with you? And he said, yeah, I mean, I just thought she's always going to be here with me and go with me to college.
Yeah.
So if you want to call her and have a conversation, because I love her. She's a family member. But there comes a time where you just have to cut the cord.
Peyton, Eli, the name is Nina Kennelly. She's in Brooklyn. You can look her up to replace this draconian measure that your mom is taking.
Hey, Mom, can we get some meatloaf? Hey, Mom, the meatloaf. We want it now. The meatloaf.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. mypainchicago.com, mypainchicago.com. All the info is available at mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you've come to know and trust. Turnkey IT takes care of your technology and has a plan that fits your company's IT budget and network needs. Interested in moving some or all of your business to the cloud? Turnkey IT can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Need someone to call when you can't print, have a lost file, or need tech support? Turnkey IT's got you covered. Offsite backup? Check. On-site support? Check. Help desk support? Check. Turnkey IT staff is professional, friendly, punctual, and will solve all of your technical problems immediately and even work after normal business hours. That's all for a fixed monthly rate. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
This is Amy Jacobson. I'm excited to tell everybody who's considered buying a MyPillow but hasn't that now with the buy one, get one free offer, you'll also get a 60-day money-back guarantee. Basically, you can try MyPillow risk-free. You have nothing to lose and could be enjoying your best sleep ever. What are you waiting for? It is so important to get a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, it's washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer and 60-day money-back guarantee, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now. This offer is for a limited time, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com, promo code Amy, 800-489-0201.
It's the biggest sale of the season. It's the Apple Vacation Super Sale. With Apple Vacations, it's all included. Round-trip airfare, deluxe accommodations, all meals, all drinks, all tips, entertainment, and so much more. Apple Vacations has your winter getaway perfectly priced. Discover miles of sparkling beaches in Panama. 7 nights at Rio Playa Blanca start from only $14.49. Or make it Costa Rica. Enjoy a full week of unlimited luxury at Dreams Las Mareas, Costa Rica, and save up to $400 per couple. Both trips include round-trip non-stop air, resort transfers, all meals, drinks, and taxes. Call Traveloni at 312-334-7876 to book your trip today. That's Traveloni, 312-334-7876. Or visit Traveloni.com. Prices per person based on double occupancy for select departures starting January 15th, including charter, Air on Extra, or Copa Airlines from O'Hare, and taxes and fees, including September 11 security fee. See AppleVacations.com for baggage charges. Prices subject to availability and change. Restrictions apply. PC 15094.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Did last night's debate change the Final Four? We'll have it at 6:06.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Here are the stories we're watching right now. The House adopts a dispersing tax money with Rauner's okay, and an Obama library selection in June. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Chris Foster. A lot of money talk and questions about domestic policy at last night's Republican presidential debate. Marco Rubio says if we do what needs to be done,
we won't just save the American dream. We will expand it to reach more people and change more lives than ever before. And then truly, this new century can be a new American century.
It was the fourth debate in Milwaukee.
There was more substance than style at the Fox Business Network debates, but there was still plenty of big personality. Candidates sparred over tax plans, immigration, and negotiating skills. Here's Rand Paul, Carly Fiorina, and Donald Trump.
Ronald Reagan was strong, but Ronald Reagan didn't send troops into the Middle
walked away at Reykjavik. He walked away. He quit talking when it was time to quit talking.
Can I finish with my time?
Why does she keep interrupting everybody?
Yeah.
Boy, terrible.
Trump vowed to build that wall on the Mexican border and not to raise the minimum wage. Ben Carson attacked Hillary Clinton when asked about his trustworthiness. In Milwaukee, Rachel Sutherland, Fox News.
Online threats of violence at the University of Missouri. More on the tension at that school from Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
The threats seem to have come from 2 users on the anonymous location-based messaging app Yik Yak. A post last night on the college's website said campus police were aware of social media threats and are investigating. One user threatened to shoot black people. Another message seemed to echo one that appeared on the website 4chan ahead of the deadly campus shooting at an Oregon community college last month. In a Twitter post, Mizzou's Online Emergency Information Center says there is no immediate threat to campus and asks students not to spread rumors. Chris.
Tanya, thanks. Heavy snow in the Rockies and Western Plains today.
We are expecting the possibility of widespread wind damage, especially across parts of the Midwest, Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. But there could even be some tornadoes as well.
That's federal forecaster Jared Geyer, and you're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Some clouds, 43 degrees, winds out of the south at 4, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A Chicago priest says the funeral for a 9-year-old boy killed in an alleged gang execution marks a new low for the city. Michael Flager presided over Tuesday's funeral for Tyshawn Lee, shot in the head and killed in an alley on November 2nd. Cook County jury Tuesday convicts a Chicago real estate investor for the 2007 stalking murder of a 28-year-old Chicago businesswoman. We get the update from AM 560's David Stewart.
Reginald Potts Jr. and Nyla Franklin had once dated casually, but at the time of her disappearance in September of 2007, their relationship was over as far as she was concerned. Prosecutors say that Potts stalked Franklin, a pharmaceutical sales rep, and was seen on video at her condo the day she was last seen. Her strangled body was found 9 days later in a lot in Calumet City behind a store owned by Potts' brother-in-law. Even though there was no physical evidence linking Potts to the crime, the jury needed only a little more than 2 hours before convicting Potts of first-degree murder. David Stewart, Chicago.
The chairman of the Obama Foundation says selecting the site for the president's library may not take place until spring. Marty Desmet said it was expected the site location for the Obama Presidential Library and Museum would occur shortly after the University of Chicago's bid was chosen in May. Nesbitt telling the City Club the decision may not come until June. He says there are 2 really good sites, Washington Park and Jackson Park on the city's south side. The Bulls are planning to start a development league team in Hoffman Estates. The team has scheduled a news conference for this afternoon. with city officials. Home games played at the Sears Center. White Sox have hired former Cubs skipper Rick Renteria as their bench coach. The Blackhawks wrap up their 2-game homestand tomorrow when the Devils come to town. The news is a service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate. It feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable. Providing sponsorship for the elderly is just one way Unbound is different. Learn more at unbound.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
My wife, Helene, she knows me better than anybody on this planet. Ask her anything.
The Joe Walsh Show.
I just have one quick question. Is he always angry?
No. You know what? When we're at home, we're actually very quiet. He's not angry. I'm the one he has to calm me down half the time.
You're killing the image, Helene.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't listen to a damn word she says. I'm always pissed off.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Assyrian total equipment coverage as of August 10, 2015.
Getting a new iPhone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting all the phones in your family is a smart idea. But if you have insurance through your wireless carrier, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded SquareTrade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance through your wireless carrier can cost as much as $11 a month. For a family of 4, that's $44 every month. Plus, up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade family protection plans cost less than $4 a month per phone with a much lower deductible. We can save your family over $500. Whether you've got a new iPhone or any other smartphone, stop overpaying for phone insurance and protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade instead.
Protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade and save over $500. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
.605, let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the outbound Eisenhower, traffic is stop and go from Laramie to Central. There's a car off the roadway at the top of the entrance ramp from Central. Then it's slow Austin to Des Plaines Avenue after an earlier crash there. It's about 35 minutes from downtown to Thorndale. Inbound, about 32. Slow Manheim to Harlem. Little heavy around Des Plaines and around Central as well. The Edens is fine. The Kennedy has no significant delays yet. Mount Stevenson, slow Harlem to Kedzie. 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Also heavy approaching the drive. Southbound 55 has delays before US 6 to before Arsenal due to a crash. Inbound Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic is a service of RCN Entertainment Redefined. Get RCN's award-winning MegaFast 155 internet. Plus, watch TV anywhere with RCN to go. All for as low as $55.94 per month. It's mega-fantastic. RCN, Entertainment Redefined. 1-800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A wind advisory in effect from 6 p.m. this evening until 6 p.m. tomorrow. Cloudy for most of the day, breezy with a little rain late in the afternoon, high of 62 and a low tonight 44. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
38 at O'Hare, 44 along the lakefront, 43 at Midway. Your next news update is at 6:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What was said was right. The Democrats are laughing. Because if Republicans join Democrats as the party of amnesty, we will lose.
Look, I absolutely agree we've got to beat Hillary Clinton. But just sending any Republican's not good enough. We've had a Republican majority in the Senate and the House. What has changed?
To quit
Can I finish
talking.
with my time? Why does she keep interrupting everybody? Yeah. Boy, terrible.
Yeah, I'd like to finish my response, basically.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Happy Veterans Day. We've got pizza. I want to do my Oprah impersonation.
We're pizza?
8:35.
Oh, yeah.
Sergeant Mark Evans,
right.
pizza for Patriots.
Yes.
He better be bringing pizza.
Yeah, right.
And, even though I didn't serve in the military, so I don't deserve pizza, but he does a great job making sure our active duty military men and women get pizza, a little slice of home when they're deployed. And we'll talk to him. But last night's debate, a lot of good substantive exchanges. I thought the moderators for Fox Business, both Jerry Sieb and Trish Regan, and I'm forgetting the other female moderators debate in the first debate, Sandra Smith.
Yes.
And then,
She's from Aurora. She's from here.
Sandra
is she?
Smith.
Yep.
Oh, great.
Born and raised. Drink the same water you did, Dan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Scenic DuPage County. And then Cavuto and
he was excellent.
Baker and Bartiromo in the second debate. I thought they all did a great job. They went
Well, that's how you run a debate.
Yeah.
I mean, they schooled CNBC moderators yesterday.
Well, they largely went unnoticed, and that's the point. We're all talking about the policy differences that came to the fore among the candidates, both in the undercard and in the main event, and that's kind of the point. So I thought they did a very nice job, and I thought we got kind of substantive delineations of different viewpoints and different policy prescriptions across a range of issues, both economic as well as kind of national security related. So it was very productive. And one example of this is just the how the question was put to Ben Carson about the media looking into his background. You kind of heard it at the top. Cavuto joking around with Ben Carson, asking a substantive question, a legitimate question, but doing it in a good-humored way. Please take note, John Harwood.
Well, first of all, thank you for not asking me what I said in the 10th grade. I appreciate that.
I'll just forget that follow-up there.
Yeah, that's the way you ask the question that should be asked, but you do it in a way that is not, trying to take down Ben Carson rather than get a response from Ben Carson or any other candidate, any other issue for that matter. So that was interesting. It's just worth noting. By the way, just as a quick aside, it's kind of fun. The Wi-Fi password at the facility there in Milwaukee for the media, the Wi-Fi password.
What?
Stop Hillary.
Oh, that's
I like
creative.
that. It's good. Let's make this a Republican event. It's their time. It's their turn.
Well, it was a
nice.
sophisticated conversation. It wasn't, flashy people yelling at each other. A little did go on, but some saw it. I was monitoring social media saying that it was boring and, this is, there's such thing as just too many debates and what are we going to learn? But what I learned is I'm really liking the establishment candidates. I like Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz is not an establishment candidate.
Well, he's been there. At least he's held public office before, as opposed to Donald Trump and Ben Carson, and Carly Fiorina. I'm done with those three. I want a serious conversation about foreign policy, domestic policy, and about taxes. And they answered my questions where Trump and Carson just seemed to, there was no there.
Well,
and the audience, I don't think, took to Donald Trump at all. I mean, he fell flat a few times, especially when he was talking about Carly Fiorina.
I just don't think that the debate changed the trajectory of the race. My final four was going in. It was Carson, Trump, Cruz, and Rubio. Coming out, it's Carson, Trump, Cruz, and Rubio. And I think, frankly, Cruz probably had the best night. I think people look at Marco Rubio because he's got these canned lines that he delivers well with proper gesticulation and intonation. But on the merits, on the substance, Cruz won, if nothing but for his immigration response.
What was said was right. The Democrats are laughing. Because if Republicans join Democrats as the party of amnesty, we will lose. And I understand that when the mainstream media covers immigration, it doesn't often see it as an economic issue. But I can tell you, for millions of Americans at home watching this, it is a very personal economic issue. And I will say the politics of it would be very, very different if a bunch of lawyers or bankers were crossing the Rio Grande. or if a bunch of people with journalism degrees were coming over and driving down the wages in the press.
Yeah, that was good line.
He was so solid last night, and just for the first time, I thought, well, I trust him.
Although he almost talked himself into a Rick Perry moment.
Oh,
the 5 agencies he would cut.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I was like,
oh no, please don't do it.
And technically, he did say of the 5 agencies, he said the Department of Commerce twice. So
okay, Dan,
unless he's now maybe he's going to cut the Department of Commerce twice. He's going to eliminate it twice. But Rick Perry had his Department of Energy moment. Cruz meant to include Department of Education, and he said Department of Commerce twice. But it was, I think, if you list 5, you can get away with repeating. If you only have 3, like Rick Perry did, you can't forget one.
Right.
So he got through it. I'm just saying it was a close call. It was a bit of a
312-642-5600 is our number. Who do you think winners, losers from last night's debate?
Larry and Bartlett, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah. Hey, Dan?
Yep.
Hey, I'm tired of these politicians saying that we can't send them back because we've done it twice in our history. I think Eisenhower did it after the Korean War. And, they were worried about our soldiers having jobs when they came back. And I think it was done after the Second World War. But, that was 1 million people or more. It was Operation Wetback, which you could never say today.
No.
Be politically correct. But
yeah,
it's been done. It's been done. We did it. But...
And Trump mentioned that. Trump invoked the Ike example in that discussion, that back and forth he had with Kasich about immigration.
How about Kasich? I mean, every time he talks, it sounds like Charlie Brown's teacher. Wah, 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 wah.
Thanks for the call, Larry, and that Kasich impersonation.
When he was able to talk, the best is when he, about halfway through the debate, Trump was talking, and Trump just dismantled him. And Kasich's like, I hate to crash the party, but can I get in here?
Yeah. Kasich, I think Kasich blew himself up last night by being kind of the irascible big government protectionist and protagonist that he is. I don't think whatever he was trying to do, be the adult in the room, it didn't work. It didn't work at all. And John Kasich was having a debate with himself half the time, particularly when the conversation turned to banking. Frankly, as Charlie Gasparino observed on Fox Business in the post-debate wrap-up, the 2 guys that have worked for a big bank, Lehman Brothers, Jeb Bush and John Kasich, were the most unintelligible when the conversation turned to whether or not you would do another bank bailout if a financial crisis on the order of 2008 occurred once again. It was bizarre. Kasich's performance was bizarre. And as I said earlier, I'm not unhappy to see him go because he's gone.
Well, and Trump, one of his interactions, I should say, with Kasich.
Let's built an unbelievable company worth billions and billions of dollars. I don't have to hear from this man. Believe me.
Yeah. That was a nice back of the hand from Trump. That was perhaps his best moment.
Wanted to swat him off stage.
Well, that was, and then also when he Jed Clampeted John Kasich and saying, you're lucky you struck oil, you hillbilly, on the end of the stage there. But Kasich's response on immigration, like we have to essentially normalize the people that are here, have them pay a fine, and then not let new people in. So we're going to reward some lawbreakers, but we're not going to allow any more law breaking. Haven't we heard that before? And how does John Kasich know? And what's the magic number? Who should be in and who should be out? And how do we trust the federal government to make those distinctions and to be able to enforce even that? I don't think it's clear at all. It's certainly not clear via the performance. We talked about this yesterday. At 10 years and $1 billion later, Department of Homeland Security hasn't even been able to digitize the immigration records and payment schedules, much less do anything substantive about persons that are here illegally. They're not serious about it. So the question becomes, we're going to have a president who's serious about it and making these distinctions and reforming our immigration system so it is consistent with American values, but also consistent with the rule of law. That was the conversation that Ted Cruz was having and Donald Trump tries to have. He's just not as artful as Cruz.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Your phone calls next, 312-642-5600. Phone calls about the fourth GOP debate. Winners and losers. Losers in the weather department. Today we're going to have some sun, but increasing clouds, breezy and mild. A pleasant high of 62 degrees, but late this evening we're going to have periods of rain, thunderstorms, and storms that can bring some pretty high winds, damaging winds. And tomorrow it's going to be very windy, a passing morning shower. Otherwise, just locally very windy and a high of 52. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Kennedy outbound. Traffic is stop and go from Ohio to Augusta, where there's a crash in the left lane. You're looking at a 3 or 4 minute delay. Inbound, about a 3-minute delay from the River O'Toole to Foster. Eden's inbound, just a little heavy approaching the junction. Otherwise, it's clear. About Eisenhower. About 34 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 36. Main delay is Laramie to Central with a crash at the top of the entrance ramp from Central. Inbound Stevenson, you've got a 10-minute delay now between Harlem and Kedzie, also heavy approaching Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, looking at 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. On the eastbound Adams Tollway, it's a little tight from Roselle to Meacham. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Gentlemen, Dan Proft, and it's Movember. Guys, you know what that means. Mustaches and taking better care of your health. In honor of November, Low T Center is offering a testosterone and PSA test for only $50 and no appointment necessary. Low T Center makes it easy to get your levels checked. I experienced it personally. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and you'll know your results within minutes. And their services are covered by most health insurance. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. And Low T Center even has convenient and flexible hours. So take care of yourself this Movember and get your PSA and testosterone tested for only $50. I did. Call my friends at Low T Center today, 630-409-4305. That number, 630-409-4305. Or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
Hi, folks. Joe Walsh here. I recently visited Precision Payroll of America in Oak Brook Terrace, Illinois. I'll tell you, I've been hearing Tom's ads for years, and to meet his team and spend a little time with them, I realized why their clients and employees stay together so long. I also didn't realize what great services they offer. Payroll processing, tax filing, time and attendance, and human resource consulting. Boy, we could all use help there with all these new and yet to be introduced regulations from healthcare to full-time equivalency. Precision Payroll of America has the right services and the right approach to help companies navigate these crazy times. For a service provider you can relate to and will look out for your best interests, call Tom at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Also, visit precisionpayroll.com, but then pick up the phone and call Tom. He is sure to deliver great value and even better service.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick-and-mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state-of-the-art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years' experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us, trustinamerican.com. That's trustinamerican.com, or call at 630-766-2825.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so a lot of substantive exchanges, I thought, in the first debate. Jindal and Christie, very good, talking about the question of whether we should focus on defeating Hillary, yes, but focus on defeating Hillary by elevating a real conservative, and Bobby Jindal focusing on who is going to make the government smaller. So that was a very good exchange. One aside, Republicans need to stop saying that the left's welfare state is well-intentioned. It is not well-intentioned. It is pernicious, and it is purposeful. Stop conceding the premise to the left. I saw that too. I heard that too much in the first debate. Rand Paul and Marco Rubio on military spending was good.
That was Highlight of my evening.
And Trump and Kasich and Cruz and I don't know how Rubio stayed out of it, and Jeb on the issue of immigration. Those were very good exchanges as well. One of the exchanges I just wanted to get to, because this was maybe Carly Fiorina's best moment of the night, when Trump had talked about, I met Putin when we both taped 60 Minutes together, and that's how I got the drop on that guy. That was bizarre. That was
weird.
silly.
What, they share a green room together or something?
Yeah. And Fiorina said, remember, she said, I met with Putin and it wasn't in a green room. Daily Caller has pulled the clip from her appearance on Jimmy Fallon, and Carly may be in a bit of trouble. It sounds like actually her meeting with Putin was in a green room.
Where did you meet?
I met him in Beijing. We were in sort of a green room setting, actually. Two of us were giving a speech. Each of us were giving a speech at a major economic conference called APAC. And so the two of us were sitting sort of in a chair like this, about this close, for 45 minutes before his speech and before mine.
Yeah.
And?
So
what did she learn from just sitting near him?
Well, that's not exactly, like a summit with Putin to talk about geopolitical issues. So maybe
Invasion of the Ukraine.
Carly had a nice moment, but maybe it's not backed up by the reality. All right, let's get some of your reactions. Margaret and Elgin.
Good morning.
Morning.
Listen, you just mentioned about the magic number, and in regards to illegal immigration, I don't know what magic number and for why for the last 10 or 12 years they keep touting $10 million as if these illegals don't have children that we're also supporting. So I'm thinking that just based on U46, other census reports, and the welfare state, we're looking at about 40 million, not 10.
Okay, Margaret.
11.
Thanks for the call. U46 is the school district up Elgin Way, but I don't know what the number is. I don't think the federal government does. I'm not sure anybody actually does. Let's go to
the school doesn't know because they can't ask.
Paul on the south side. There you go.
Happy Veterans Day, Dan and Amy.
Yes, same to you. Are you a veteran?
I am.
Thank you
Vietnam.
for your service. All right.
Yeah. I fought, and they still made me go anyway.
8:30, if you want to come in studio, we'll have a slice of pizza for you.
I love pizza. Home run in?
I don't know what Mark Evans has cooked up tonight.
Dan, in the first debate, Gerald C. basically asked a snarky question. What's not to like about the Obama economy because of the recovery of all the jobs that were lost in 2008? So I went online, and I found that when Clinton left office, there were 138 million workers earning a paycheck. In the last year of Bush, before the big crash, there were between 147, 151 million Americans earning a paycheck, depending on which survey you look at. So I Googled last night, and currently there are only 144 million Americans earning a paycheck. And it seems kind of dismal to me that only 144. We've been backsliding.
Right, people leaving the workforce. Thanks for the call, Paul, or have stopped working. That's certainly a good point. Ralph, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, the reason Carly described the green room that she met Putin in as kind of a green room, that Putin travels with a mobile torture unit. So because he finds the screams of the tormented soothing.
Yes.
But as far as this excuse
question
for
for you, Ralph. Do you think Jeb Bush would kill baby Putin? All right, go ahead.
You'd probably raise him.
Okay. Anyway.
All right, Ralph.
But the main point is, I keep hearing that deporting illegal immigrants too difficult. Wow, really too hard. Can't do that. Think of the human toll, and then they bring up all the human factors. Really, what about the human factors and the toll of nationalizing 1/6 of a $15 trillion economy and taking over our healthcare system? All the people that are affected by that, all of the complex relationships with billing and doctors and insurance and all the people in the medical profession. Apparently that's not too difficult to do. The single largest economic screw-up in the history of the planet. But sending a few people back who snuck into the country, well, we can't think of that. That's just too hard.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ralph. A good point. And I'll tell you something else. This whole argument, 11 million people, 12 million people, 20 million people, whatever the number is, How about we just start with those that are violent criminals who keep re-entering this country we know shouldn't be here, that have been identified in back and forth, that we've heard in congressional hearings on topic. The federal government can demonstrate they can actually remove the convicted violent criminals from this country. Maybe that would engender a more substantive conversation about what we do with people that came here illegally but have otherwise been law-abiding since their time here.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Having a great smile to show off makes you feel good. There's no embarrassment associated with being able to flash your pearly whites whenever you want. If you'd like to feel that comfort and confidence with your smile, there's only one person who can help you. Dr. Neruzzi of Fox River Periodontics.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
My dad wishes you a happy co-birthday as well. He makes the point he was born on Armistice Day, where you were born on Veterans Day, just to distinguish the ages. So
okay, thank you.
There you go. So happy birthday from Larry. Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, then you need to do what Amy did when she needed a mortgage, and that's called David Hochberg at Pearl Mortgage. Sal, a veteran with 100% service-related disability, heard David's ad about Illinois' new law exempting veterans with service-related disabilities of 70% or greater from paying real estate taxes. Sal called to thank David for the information and convert his 30-year VA loan into a 15-year loan. Because of the real estate tax exemption, Sal's new mortgage payment is less than his previous payment, and Sal's saving tens of thousands of dollars paying his home off faster. If you're a veteran who's no longer paying real estate taxes because you took advantage of the real estate tax exemption, like Sal, and you'd like to reduce the term of your loan, do what Amy and Sal did. Call David, 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. You can also visit David online at am560david.com. Again, am560david.com. David's helped Amy and Sal and thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. So call David, 312-751-1333. That number, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee 4358. Licensed by DBO under California RMLA NMLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
I'm going to get into some more of those colorful, substantive exchanges from last night's debate. Take your calls at 6:36.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Presidential candidate Ben Carson says he opposes raising the minimum wage. Last night's GOP debate in Milwaukee, Carson claimed that whenever the minimum wage gets raised, the jobless rate goes up. Donald Trump and Ted Cruz weighing in this morning on last night's debate. Our national correspondent Joe Gomez with more.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz tells Fox News the Kelly File last night's debate was an important one for GOP primary voters because it showed sides of the candidates that hadn't been shown yet.
I thought it was terrific. I thought it was really a good debate. I thought there was a lot of substance. We got into a lot of specifics on policy, and there were some sharp divides.
Cruz, along with Senator Marco Rubio, are largely thought to have had the best performances in last night's debate, showing a depth of knowledge on issues ranging from the war on terrorism, illegal immigration, and how to handle Russian President Vladimir Putin. Though Donald Trump tells Fox News' Hannity his was the best performance on stage.
I thought it was great. I thought the anchors, they really were, the moderators were really elegant.
I'm Joe Gomez.
Lower polling Republican candidates continue to try and move up the ranks in the undercard debate on Fox. Chris Christie, Mike Huckabee, Bobby Jindal, and Rick Santorum shared the stage, and Jindal and Huckabee sparred over spending.
Spending in Arkansas went up 65%. Number of state workers went up 20%. The taxes for the average citizen went up 47%. That's not a record of cutting. I'm saying we've actually cut. We've reduced the size of our budget.
Jindal's economic record in Louisiana is now under close examination. Federal investigators are expected to release more details today of a fiery plane crash in Akron, Ohio. Ohio State Highway Patrol spokesperson Bill Haymaker says no one on the plane survived the crash.
The plane became engulfed in flames, which ignited the residence that it originally struck, and then also continued on to another residence that was actually behind that house. And the plane is reported to be a Hawker jet. It's a twin-engine plane.
State Patrol says all 9 on board that plane were killed. Chicago priest says the funeral of a 9-year-old boy who was killed in an alleged gang execution marks a new low for the city. Reverend Michael Flager presided over Tyshawn Lee's funeral yesterday. A judge has sentenced 2 brothers and 2 other men to probation after they pleaded guilty to taking part in a drunken random attack on a U of I student. Champaign County Judge Harry Clem sentenced 23-year-old Jeremiah Carter and 20-year-old Daniel Carter to 30 months probation after they pled guilty to aggravated battery last February. White Sox have hired former Cubs skipper Rick Renteria as their bench coach. Bulls open up a 2-game homestand of their own when the Hornets visit the UC on Friday. And the news is a service of Think It Up. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
They've fought on nearly every continent in the world, in jungles and deserts. They've fought for you, for me, for our future, for our freedom.
All we can ever do for our heroes is remember them, remember what they did. And memories are transmitted through words.
Today, we salute American heroes and the ideals they fought to uphold. Happy Veterans Day. From AM 560, The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, I promise to reform our prison system and fix it once and for all.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
Here's Dr. Howard, formulator of Balance of Nature, an all-natural, 100% organic fruit and vegetable supplement.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Get real today with Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
6:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy has slowed traffic from the River Road toll to Foster, then from Ohio into the Burns Circle. It's 25 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 27, and it's 13 minutes to get to Montrose. Eden's inbound. You've got a 1 or 2 minute delay approaching Junction. Outbound it's 5. Eisenhower stop and go Manheim to Harlem. 41 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 37. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57. Bishop Ford, both 21 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Northbound Tri-State, slow 95th to 87 from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, and it's heavy at 290. Traffic service of UPSjobs.com. Seeking seasonal tractor-trailer drivers throughout Chicagoland, especially Northbrook, Palatine, Franklin Park, and Bedford Park. Seasonal drivers will receive competitive pay and must have a commercial driver's license. Apply now at upsjobs.com/radio. A great job and great pay in one package. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
The news on Chicago's Morning Answer is a service of Think It Up. And your Morning Answer continues next after your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Some sun today, then clouds on the increase, high near 62. 38 at O'Hare, 44 along the lakefront. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Property Tax Show, Saturdays at 6 p.m. Hosted by Brad Hayes, Chicagoland's property tax expert.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now, and make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy taking your calls, reactions to last night's debate, 312-642-5600. Well, we just lost our screens in here, so maybe we can get some assistance in the booth, a little technical assistance to bring the calls up. But technology is a difficult thing. Rand Paul was right. You shut down these coal power plants, and all of a sudden it's going to be very cold or very warm in major cities, very light or not very light, very dark.
They're very dark.
Yes.
No, but I just thought last night, Donald Trump, I think it's over. I think the novelty of his candidacy has worn off. His tactics, he had no actual policy. He doesn't know how things work. All he kept saying was his same old rhetoric. What's going to be big, and we need a stronger military so we can win. But how are you going to do that? Maria Bartiromo followed up, but how is that going to happen? And there was nothing there. I just think that it's over for the Trumpster. I've had 2 people text me saying,
wait.
I'm looking at Marco Rubio and I'm looking at Ted Cruz.
Yeah, well, Marco Rubio was put on defense by Rand Paul when it came to a conversation about military spending. So I thought that was interesting because Rand Paul, he's the first candidate to get Rubio off of his kind of canned 30-second riffs. And the exchange, I thought, was interesting because it's an important question that Rand Paul poses, regardless of where you come down. And I thought Rubio's response was kind of a jingoistic non-response. So let's just get a flavor for that exchange and the question that it prompts.
How is it conservative? How is it conservative to add $1 trillion in military expenditures? You cannot be a conservative if you're going to keep promoting new programs that you're not going to pay for.
I may respond more quickly, very quickly, Senator. We can't even have an economy if we're not safe. There are radical jihadists in the Middle East beheading people and crucifying Christians. A radical Shia cleric in Iran trying to get a nuclear weapon. The Chinese taking over the South China Sea. Yes, I believe the world is a safer... No, I don't believe. I know that the world is a safer and better place when America is the strongest military power in the world.
Marco, I don't think we're any safer. I do not think we are any safer from bankruptcy court. As we go further and further into debt, we become less and less safe. This is the most important thing we're going to talk about tonight. Can you be a conservative and be liberal on military spending? Can you be for unlimited military spending and say, oh, I'm going to make the country safe? No, we need a safe country. But we spend more on our military than the next 10 countries combined. I want a strong national defense, but I don't want us to be bankrupt.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to Rand Paul's views on a number of fronts, but particularly as it relates to national security policy. But the idea of that unlimited military spending, or just talking about we're going to spend $1 trillion more because that necessarily means we would have the greatest military in the world, or a greater military. We already have the greatest military in the world, but a greater military because of that additional spending. You have to make the case specifically for the additional spending, just as a conservative, I would demand you make the case for additional spending in other area in any other area. So I thought Rand Paul had a legitimate point, and Marco Rubio kind of talked past it.
Yeah, and Donald Trump, he of course wants we'll throw all the money in the world to make us the greatest military, but again, not having any substance or policy on how he's going to pay for it. But with Rand Paul, doesn't he want to cut foreign aid, and couldn't he use that money that we'd save on foreign aid to
come on.
bulk up our military?
Foreign aid is $20 billion.
$20 billion?
Yeah, it's nothing. Foreign aid is nothing.
Really? $20 billion seems like a lot of money.
In a $4 trillion budget?
All right, maybe not so much the way you put it.
Yeah,
I don't like the numbers,
right.
But when I hear $20 billion, I think, okay, that's substantial.
Well, which is also why Rand Paul's focus on foreign aid as it pertains to, for example, our ally Israel is also silly. So it's a bit silly in both directions in terms of the importance of foreign aid. I understand small things are indicative of big things, but that's not really the issue here. Where you're talking about essentially exempting the military from sequestration cuts or from any type of examination or reorganization. the military, the Pentagon was also the repository of the infamous $600 screwdrivers, right? So the idea that the military couldn't do anything more efficiently from a financial perspective, I'm not so sure that holds up to scrutiny, and it's certainly questions that are appropriate to ask. So I thought that exchange between Rand and Rubio was important. There's one other exchange I want to get to, and that's Bobby Jindal in the undercard. And I know most of the pundits are saying, "Oh, Chris Christie showed he should have been on the main event stage with his performance in the undercard." Yeah.
But maybe Bobby Jindal should too.
Well, I thought Bobby Jindal won the undercard. He was aggressive. He distinguished his record from the record of other governors like Huckabee and Christie. And I'll tell you, by the way, just as a quick aside.
Yes.
I am exhausted by Mike Huckabee's Henny Youngman routine. Could you stop with the "take my wife, please" jokes and the other homespun aphorisms? Good grief.
I want him to go back to Fox News and do his show on the weekend, which is very folksy and very family friendly.
Yeah, and play the,
I do. I like that
play
show.
the guitar
I'm crazy.
and whatever, cook a squirrel on a hot plate or whatever it is he does.
Squirrel on a stick.
But Jindal also in this back and forth with Christie, this idea, well, I'm focused on Hillary, so I don't want to talk about my record. That's essentially the posture Christie took. Jindal said, well, yeah, of course, all of us want to beat Hillary. Any of us is better than Hillary, but that's not really the point of a primary. The point of the primary is what kind of nominee are we going to have? Are we going to have a conservative, a true conservative that's a proven conservative in an executive position? Or are we going to have someone that is a purveyor of the system, preserve the system or system change? Here's Bobby Jindal.
Look, I absolutely agree we've got to beat Hillary Clinton. But just sending any Republican's not good enough. We've had a Republican majority in the Senate and the House. What has changed? If we send another big government Republican to the White House, we will not do enough to fix what is wrong in this country. Chris, I think records matter. I think the way we govern matter. Under your leadership in New Jersey, your budget's gone up 15%. It's gone down 26% in Louisiana. It has gone up $5 billion in New Jersey. It's gone down $9 billion in Louisiana. In New Jersey, you've had 9 credit downgrades, setting a record. We've had 8 credit upgrades in Louisiana. My point is this. If politicians say they're going to be conservative, they say they're going to cut spending, but they don't do it, why should we send them to D.C.? It gets harder, not easier, when we send them to D.C. Let's not be a second liberal party. Let's actually cut government spending. Let's grow the American economy. Let's not just beat Hillary. Let's elect a conservative to the White House, not just any Republican.
That was one of the better riffs of the night in both debates. Leslie in Bolingbrook, let's cue her up if we could.
Yeah, Kasich just... Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Leslie. Sorry.
Okay. On the debate last night with immigration, and this is a very hot issue, I know it's a logistical nightmare, but last night, Kasich, I could have just wrung his neck. How can you sit there and talk about illegal immigrants and say law-abiding citizen in the same sentence? It just blows my mind.
Well, I think he was talking about deporting and getting rid of...
law-abiding.
Leslie, I think he was talking about getting rid of 11 million people, and logistically, how are we going to do that? And he said that was a silly argument.
Yeah, how about one at a time?
Well, I like your idea with starting with the criminals, but the problem is,
right.
and we've had Sheriff Joe Arpaio on the show several times, he releases them to ICE, and then they come back in 2-3 weeks later. The same thugs, the same gangbangers are not being properly deported.
Right, and thanks for the call, Leslie. And I think this is the frustration that you hear from a lot of Republican primaries. It's not just Republicans who basically say that's right. And so if you're not going to be serious about it, the rhetorical position you take, the chest beating that you do is not impressive. And if you're suggesting that my concern over that is illegitimate, which is sort of what Kasich was suggesting, then I'm even more turned off.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up, more of your phone calls and opinions as we break down the 4th GOP debate. 312-642-5600 is the number. Here are the numbers in your weather forecast. Some sun today, then increasing clouds, breezy, mild, unseasonably warm, a high of 63 degrees. But tonight, big changes are coming. We're going to have rain, thunderstorms, high winds that can bring some damaging conditions with it, low of 44 degrees. And then tomorrow it's going to be extremely windy, a passing morning shower, otherwise cooler, a high of 52. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. The travel numbers are going up. Northbound Patriots Memorial Tollway, their early slowdowns from Maple to the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield to Roosevelt. Northbound Tri-State, slow Harlem to 87th, LaGrange Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, then it's slow at 290. Eden's 25 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 21. The Kennedy, 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown outbound now 32. The Eisenhower runs 45 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop outbound 39. Stevenson, 46 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Fresh off those panel discussions on Fox Business last night, Lou Dobbs joins us with the Lou Dobbs Financial Report brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Val Dior in for Lou Dobbs. Corporate headlines, reports on China's economy, and the latest readings on energy supplies, all influencing market direction today. Those stories next.
We gave Tom 12 seconds to give 6 reasons why he opened a Mathnasium Learning Center franchise.
Okay. Great income potential. Doing good for kids. Doing what I love. Making math make sense to kids. 500 centers open already. 1 every 3 days. Mathnasium taught me the business. Helps me. Supports me.
Time's up. Pretty good. For franchise information, visit mathnasium.com or take the first step right now. Call 855-361-MATH. That's 855-361-6284.
I got hooked on Ancestry when I found my great-grandfather's draft card. With one visit to tryancestry.com, I also found other ancestors and the battles they fought in. Medals awarded, even photographs. These discoveries were pretty emotional. What about the heroes in your family? In honor of Veterans Day, visit tryancestry.com for free access to global military records. Find, preserve, and celebrate your ancestors' military journeys. Free access is only until Wednesday at tryancestry.com. Tryancestry.com.
It could be another volatile day on Wall Street as investors assess economic reports and the probability of a December Fed rate hike. No major reports on our economy due out today, so look for corporate headlines and readings on industrial production and retail sales in China to influence buying in the market. Macy's out with its earnings report ahead of the opening bell. We'll see whether demand concerns for the iPhone 6 weigh on Apple's stock price, which fell 3% yesterday. The Energy Department's report on gasoline and crude oil inventories affecting energy prices. December crude settled above $44 a barrel yesterday. And on this Veterans Day, a heartfelt thank you to all of the men and women who served in uniform protecting our great nation. Please tune in to Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Val Dior for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
So, I'm retiring today.
Freedom!
I hate goodbyes, so I've hired singers to follow me around and bid my coworkers farewell.
It's John's last day.
Okay, let's get started. Here's Tom.
Your pranks were amazing, despite what HR says.
Next, Susan.
Your homemade cookies blew his mind and diet.
Finally, Dave.
You never judged him for his popcorn burning.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you guys.
Ready to give your swan song at work? The Mutual Fund Store can help. We'll sit down with you one-on-one to talk about your goals. Then we'll put a plan in place to help get you on track. Finally, we'll keep a close eye on your account to make sure you stay on track. Discover how within reach your retirement could be for you with a free portfolio review and consultation.
Hi, I'm Matt Personette with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Holiday parties come in all shapes and sizes. Elegant plated dinners, festive cocktail hours, casual buffets, themed events, and more.
Tasty Catering is already decked out with the holiday spirit, featuring a brand new holiday catering menu and a team of event planners who are eager to help you experience a successful party of any kind.
So much more than amazing holiday catering, Tasty Catering has been helping companies plan their entire holiday parties from start to finish for decades. Tasty Catering is a Chicago holiday tradition.
Your event can be exactly what you envisioned. All you need to do is visit tastycatering.com or call Tasty Catering at 847-593-2000 and tell them your event date.
A planner will ask you about your holiday party goals and then help you reach them as simply and stress-free as possible.
tastycatering.com. Start your holiday planning with a company that Chicago trusts. Tasty Catering, 847-593-2000.
Tasty Catering is a Chicago holiday tradition. 847-593-2000.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, all right, let's get more of our friends in on the conversation here. We got some people peeling off Trump after last night's debate. Is Ron on the South Side peeling off John Kasich? Ron?
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Bob Jindal made a comment as far as who's the most effective. He talked about the governor. But if that was the case, it would be John Kasich. John Kasich has been the governor of a state that pretty much is a microcosm in this country. But I pretty much come to the conclusion that he's just not going to get it done. So I kind of agree with you all. It kind of looks a little more like probably Rubio and Cruz. But again, as far as being an executive, right there, look at the results, look at the experience of him. But he just doesn't present well. So guys, as far as losers, I have to probably say he was a loser, and neither one of them are going to go any further. So thanks, guys.
You're jumping the ship on Kasich, huh?
Yeah, and Kasich also...
He was so jittery and just odd behavior.
And I thought he was going to invoke scripture yet again when he was defending a minimum wage increase. That was kind of bizarre. Larry in Melrose Park. Hey, Larry.
Hello?
Hey, Larry, you're on.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, Larry, you're on. Go ahead. You must speak now.
Yeah, I want to say that Ted Cruz, when he mentioned illegal aliens coming in and stealing lawyers' jobs or journalists' jobs, he ripped that off from Ann Coulter. She brings that up just about every time when she's interviewed, plugging her book, Adios America.
Yeah, when remember when he said, well, we'd welcome if lawyers want to cross over into the border or skilled surgeons if they want to cross the border. I didn't know that he took that from Ann Coulter.
Plagiarism is the sincerest form of flattery, and I ripped that off from Bruce Wolf.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
There are two kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
I got a great night's sleep last night, all thanks to MyPillow. It conforms to my neck and back. It helps with chronic back pain due to my scoliosis, but it's helped others who have problems with snoring, headaches, and insomnia and allergies. Plus, it's washable, and as I said, it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. American Made, the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. And for the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer and 60-day, that's right, a 60-day full money-back guarantee, just visit MyPillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code. Again, 2 pillows for the price of 1. This isn't going to last forever, folks, so do it now and start sleeping better this week. Or call the 800 number, 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201. Or MyPillow.com.
Not available in California, Louisiana, and Virginia.
Listeners, do you have startup capital and want to invest in a business with incredible profit potential? Fresh Healthy Vending, the #1 healthy vending franchise in North America, is growing fast, and we're looking for people right here in the local area to become Fresh Healthy Vending franchise owners and help our business continue to boom. If this sounds like you, we'll send you a free owner information kit. As an added bonus to new franchise owners, we'll also pay half the franchise fees. Just go to readyforfresh.com and enter code 2121. That's readyforfresh.com, code 2121.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a .com domain name for only $2.99 for the first year, right now at GoDaddy.com. 2-year purchase required. Second year is $14.99.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1-hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her furnace started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1-hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any heating need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:07, we'll get Guy Benson's impressions, even though his training is in the field of punditry. Well, easy for me to say. Political editor of townhall.com at 7:07 with his impressions on last night's debate.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, nothing much for the Illinois Senate to do, and the Obama Library selection on hold. WIND Chicago News Times, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Chris Foster. It's mostly policy talk at the fourth Republican presidential debate with candidates trying to break out.
I got about 4 minutes last debate. I'm going to get my question right now.
I appreciate it, Jeb. I'm all for you. Jeb Bush and John Kasich there. Some highlights now live from Fox's Rachel Sutherland in Milwaukee.
The first of many meaty questions at the primetime Fox Business Channel debate was about raising the minimum wage. The two frontrunners said they would not do that, both Donald Trump and Ben Carson. Here's Carson.
I would not raise it specifically because I'm interested in making sure that people are able to enter the job market and take advantage of opportunities.
Candidates also sparred over immigration, with Trump vowing to build that wall along the Mexican border. There was also discussion over tax plans and defense spending. Chris.
Rachel Sutherland in Milwaukee, thanks. 9 people are reported to have been on board a small plane that crashed in Akron, Ohio, with no survivors. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
A mass fatality team will start to work today to recover the bodies and sift through the wreckage. No one on the ground was hurt, but authorities say all those on board the 10-seat Hawker H-25 jet were killed. The owner of the jet says there were 2 pilots and 7 passengers on board. The jet took off from Dayton but crashed a couple of miles short of its planned landing spot at Akron's airport. Witnesses say they heard explosions when the plane hit an apartment building, which burned. We should know more today when the FAA and NTSB release more news around noon. Chris.
Tanya, storms bringing heavy snow, maybe tornadoes to the middle of the country.
The main risk for severe weather today will be across parts of the Midwest. That includes parts of Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. That'll begin this afternoon and go through the nighttime hours of Wednesday into early Thursday.
Federal forecaster Jared Geyer there. A boat full of migrants trying to get to Greece sinks off the coast. 14 drowned, 7 of them children. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunrise in Chicago, and we have 42 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. A pleasant good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Classes resuming today in Batavia following yesterday's soft lockdown of the school after a man barricaded himself inside his home in the 800 block of Roberts Lane. Students at Batavia High School and Alice Gustafson Elementary School were not allowed to leave their building for several hours. The Illinois Senate has adjourned for the day and may not meet until next year. The House is next due in Springfield December 2nd, but Senate President John Cullerton telling his chamber he'll only call senators back for what he called substantive action. Meantime, Governor Rauner has announced big changes to the state's tax credit programs after suspending them earlier this year. Rauner announcing yesterday he's restarting EDGE credits and the film tax credit with major changes. A Cook County jury convicts a man accused in the death of a Chicago woman whose trial was long delayed by legal maneuvering. Reginald Potts was convicted Tuesday of first-degree murder in the 2007 death of 28-year-old Nyla Franklin. Cook County State's Attorney Anita Alvarez says the Chicago real estate investor was a classic abuser.
He picked his partners, not just Ms. Franklin, but his other partners, because he was looking for someone that he can abuse and control.
The woman's remains were found in a wooded area behind a vacant Calumet City store owned by Potts' brother-in-law. Lake County prosecutors say this morning they're reviewing the police work of Fox Lake officer Joseph Glenowitz. State's Attorney's Office says they're contacting lawyers whose clients were convicted in cases involving the lieutenant. Meantime, Fox Lake Mayor Donnie Schmidt says the village is stunned following news that Glenowitz staged his own suicide. In the first meeting following that revelation, Schmidt said proper measures must be put in place to ensure it never happens again. He also defended his weekend trip to see the Bears play in San Diego with former police chief Michael Behan. Chicago sports. White Sox have hired former Cubs skipper Rick Renteria as their bench coach, and the Blackhawks wrap up their two-game homestand tomorrow when the Devils come to town. The news, a service of Target Red Card, your debit and credit red card. It's like the gift that keeps on giving, as in 5% off your holiday wish list on every shopping trip. Let the stocking stuffing begin. Brought to you by Target Red Card. Some restrictions apply. See program rules in-store or at Target.com for details. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hey, Chicagoland, Dave Ramsey here. For the last 20-plus years, we've helped millions of people get their financial lives in order. And now, for the first time ever, we're bringing our Smart Money Tour to you. Financial expert Chris Hogan and I will be at Willow Creek Church on January 12th. If you're tired of living paycheck to paycheck or wondering what you're going to do when retirement comes around, don't miss this event. Get your seats today at DaveRamsey.com.
And listen to Dave Ramsey tonight, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Assured and total equipment coverages of August 10, 2015.
Getting a new iPhone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting all the phones in your family is a smart idea. But if you have insurance through your wireless carrier, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded SquareTrade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance through your wireless carrier can cost as much as $11 a month. For a family of 4, that's $44 every month. Plus, up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade family protection plans cost less than $4 a month per phone with a much lower deductible. We can save your family over $500. Whether you've got a new iPhone or any other smartphone, stop overpaying for phone insurance and protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade instead.
Protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade and save over $500. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
.706, time to take comfort with Air Comfort. And time to check the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens has slow traffic starting around Niles Center. It's 26 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. Kennedy, 26 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 34. Inbound Eisenhower, 45 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 36. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. The Rhine, just 19 minutes, 95th to downtown on this Veterans Day. And I-57 to the Bishop Ford have only mild congestion approaching the merge. But the northbound tri-state stop and go from 115th to LaGrange Road, from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, heavy Roselle to Meacham. Reagan Tollway's fine. Veterans Memorial, a bit tight from Maple to the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield to Roosevelt. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A wind advisory from 6 p.m. this evening until 6 p.m. tomorrow for Veterans Day today. Breezy with a little rain late in the afternoon. Wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour. High of 62. Windy tonight with rain and a thunderstorm. Low 44. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 39 at O'Hare and 45 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update, 7:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What was said was right. The Democrats are laughing. Because if Republicans join Democrats as the party of amnesty, we will lose.
Look, I absolutely agree we've got to beat Hillary Clinton. But just sending any Republican's not good enough. We've had a Republican majority in the Senate and the House. What has changed?
To quit. Can I finish with my time?
Why does she keep interrupting everybody?
Yeah.
Boy, terrible.
Yeah, I'd like to finish my response, basically.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. What is up, Dan and Amy? So, Amy, a friend of mine was at the debate in Milwaukee last night. He emailed me this observation. This guy is a longtime operative, Republican Party reptile type. He writes, Dear Casey, no. I was at the debate last night, and while the audience was all political geeks, the reaction to Trump was telling. Everyone appeared to wait for Trump to entertain us. The laughter was lighter and louder, as if he was the dancing bear of the show. The crowd loved Christie's act and blanched at Santorum's outburst. Yeah, Santorum had a little bit of volume control problems in the undercard. Last evening could have been the start of the real campaign for the presidency. We'll see if one Guy Benson, political editor at townhall.com, agrees with that statement. Guy also in Milwaukee, and he joins us now. Thanks for joining us, Guy.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
So your assessment of last night's performance and who shined and who succumbed under the hot lights besides John Kasich?
Well, look, I think that a lot of people on the Republican side wanted a substantive debate on real issues focused heavily on the economy, which is what they thought they were going to be getting 2 weeks ago. We remember how CNBC turned out. I think the folks at Fox Business were determined to one-up their competitor, and it was a low bar. They cleared it easily. I thought it was a good debate without a clear winner, but you actually had, for the most part, serious issues being discussed, and the candidates were given a fair amount of leash to really engage each other, sometimes at length. So maybe not the most, explosive TV cage match debate you'll ever see, but a very good one, I thought.
Now, from home, it seemed as if the audience almost despised or detested Donald Trump. Am I reading that wrong?
So I was not in the hall during the debate. It was definitely not a Donald Trump crowd in there. Okay. I wasn't necessarily a Ted Cruz crowd either. There were a few times where he very clearly, I think, was waiting for a big round of applause and never really got one. Which is not to say, though, that this was just a bunch of stuffy establishment people. I think that this was, unsurprisingly, a Scott Walker Republican crowd. So, a pretty darn conservative group that maybe might not be particularly eager to cheer Donald Trump at every turn. He was more reserved than I can remember seeing him in a long time. He had one or two lines that got a crowd reaction. He was booed a few times. But overall, he seemed much more conciliatory, a little bit more thoughtful on some stuff. I don't know if that was a tonal change based on strategy or a tonal change based on the mood in the room.
And Rand Paul kind of re-entered the race last night. Even if you disagree with his non-interventionist disposition, he prompted some important questions, and frankly, he was the first candidate I've seen in any of these debates put Marco Rubio on the defensive.
Yeah, I thought that Rand Paul, and look, I tend to be a little bit, as does most of the party, by the way, I tend to be a little bit more hawkish. Most conservatives are than Rand Paul, but I'm also very grateful that there are people like him in the party, and I think that he speaks for a whole lot of Americans, and sometimes he speaks for me as well. And I thought that he definitely had his strongest debate so far, got into a good, healthy bout of political fisticuffs with Marco Rubio, as you said, and I think that both camps very much believe that they won that round, and to some extent they both did. Rand Paul energized the base that he has within the party, reminded them, hey, I'm still the same guy. I'm willing to mix it up, even with a guy like Rubio, and really get into it and not back down. He also had a very funny fact check of Donald Trump on free trade, where Trump had been sort of blathering about the trade deal. So he's
China,
about China.
And
Rand
Rand
Paul's
Paul's like, China's not part of the deal.
And it's like, by the way, P.S. you guys. So Rand Paul, there were some whispers, might he be getting out very soon? Does he have to go focus on his Senate race? Is he running out of money? Look, he still has obviously a lot of concerns. He's not going to be the Republican nominee, but he had a very good, for him, he definitely had a very good performance last night.
Well, speaking of somebody who may be getting out of the race, Jeb Bush, did last night's performance help jumpstart his campaign again, or did he fall flat in your estimation?
Yeah, I've been very tough on Jeb, and for good reason. He's earned it. He performed disastrously in Colorado a few weeks ago. The failed attack on Rubio that just blew up in his face, just sort of fading and disappearing. Last night, I would say that Jeb was better. Certainly, he was improved. He had a couple much better answers than we've seen. He was a little bit more assertive on stuff, and that's all well and good. So you give him applause for improvement, but at this point, did he do anything to really stand out, to jumpstart a flagging campaign? And I don't know. I didn't see that.
Yeah, but what I really want to know about Jeb is, do you think he would kill baby Stalin? Guy, before we let you jump, one other question. It seems like there's more and more among movement conservatives, the idea it's taking hold that this is coming down to Rubio versus Cruz. Do you share that disposition?
Well, it's so interesting because I see that analysis quite a lot. And often I'll read and I'll be online and I'll agree with a lot of the prevailing consensus based on what's going on and what's happening. Like, for example, but sometimes I don't. So last night, if you looked at sort of the smart set and the reaction in the hall and Frank Luntz's focus group, everyone seemed to say that Rubio was a clear winner of this debate. I thought he was a clear winner the last few times. I thought he performed very well last night, but I didn't see him as a clear winner last night. I thought that he was a little bit less sharp than he normally is. So I'm not always totally on board with this analysis. I like the idea. It makes sense to me of this thing eventually coming down to Rubio and Cruz. I get where that piece of analysis comes from. But here's what troubles me on that. Donald Trump and Ben Carson have combined for about 50% of the Republican electorate now for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. It's not like people are still sort of treating, I think in some ways, Trump and Carson like flash in the pans who can't laugh. And, I just caution against that given what we've seen, given the mood of the electorate, and the fact that sort of the physics, the political physics of this seem to be defied week in and week out, and those numbers haven't budged. I know Rubio is on the rise. I know Ted Cruz is on the rise. They have both helped themselves. I think they both helped themselves last night. But until we start seeing some significant erosion in support from the two guys who have been at the top for months, I think it's way premature to be like, oh, well, this is just going to be a Cruz-Rubio race. Well, excuse me, the electorate seems to think differently.
Yeah. Guy Benson, political editor at townhall.com. Guy, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
If you could go back in time and kill baby Hitler, would you? I need to know. And crazy. Hell yeah, I would.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
We got to get him a new phone. Dan will sponsor that. Today's sunshine right now, but increasing clouds. It'll be breezy and mild. Just a pretty nice day. You can set up your tea times. High of 63 degrees. But tonight, the nasty stuff's going to roll through here. We're going to have rain, thunderstorms, bringing with it some high, possibly damaging winds. And then tomorrow, very windy, a passing morning shower, cooler, a high in the low 50s. Travel times, any damaging news out on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, Amy, thanks to the Veterans Day holiday, it's lighter than usual in most places. The Edens, just 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose and outbound 24. The Kennedy, 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown and outbound 34. The Eisenhower, A 45-minute trip from Thorndale to downtown, outbound 36. To Stevenson, 45 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Bryan, 19 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57, Ford Freeway, a lot lighter than normal. Northbound Tri-State, we see scattered delays from 115th to 31st, and it's slow from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. It's about Adams Tollway, a little heavy, Roselle to Meacham. Veterans Memorial, just a little heavy, 75th to the Reagan Tollway. 88 looks great. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
I love the product, and I highly recommend it to anybody.
Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. It's a great product. I love it. I haven't been sick since I've used it. A little bit more than a year, or just about a year now. Never the case before. I have noticed a remarkable difference.
I don't want to stop using it. It has really kicked into my system. I just believe in it. That's all I can say.
I feel more sustained. It's good. I'm not fatiguing as much.
Really making a difference in my life.
The quality of my sleep has improved exponentially.
They're just awesome.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Attention market watchers. Until recently, the market hadn't seen back-to-back days of 500-point losses since November of 2008. What if you had no market exposure? What if you didn't have to worry about the markets? How would you sleep? Leave the volatility behind. Hi, this is Jack Taboda. Our proprietary income strategies provide reliable, inflation-protected income, guaranteed for life, with no market exposure. Call me at 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955. You've worked hard to build your wealth. I work hard to protect it. 630-777-7955.
Insurance products may be presented and guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurance company represented. Securities offered through ProEquities Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services LLC, a registered investment advisor. Taboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services LLC are independent of ProEquities Inc.
Not available in California, Louisiana, and Virginia.
Listeners, do you have startup capital and want to invest in a business with incredible profit potential? Fresh Healthy Vending, the #1 healthy vending franchise in North America, is growing fast, and we're looking for people right here in the local area to become Fresh Healthy Vending franchise owners and help our business continue to boom. If this sounds like you, we'll send you a free owner information kit. As an added bonus to new franchise owners, we'll also pay half the franchise fees. Just go to readyforfresh.com and enter code 2121. That's readyforfresh.com, code 2121.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a .com domain name for only $2.99 for the first year. Right now at GoDaddy.com. 2-year purchase required. Second year is $14.99.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, sorry about that connection with Guy Benson there. That's our bad. But text from the Amish texter. Republicans just agreed to let Obama move the Gitmo detainees to the U.S. if he agrees to hold John Kasich there. Taking your reactions to the debate all morning, Vin in St. Charles.
Yeah, I was listening to John Kasich last night, and he reminded me of every bad friend I've ever had in my life. You know, the guy who says, "Oh, you can't do this, and you can't do that, and how you nothing is possible with that guy." We're headed back down the same road that we've been going on for 50 years of debt, and there's no answers to anything. He made me feel like let's just go out in the backyard and put a bullet through my head and end it today.
Well, he reminded me of a cat trying to, climb up a greasy pole. It's just not going to happen. He's not going to get there.
Well, I think what you saw in the debate, in both debates, the undercard as well as the main event, is, and this was why these debates were so good, is you saw the presentation of some Republican candidates who are preserve the system Republicans, like John Kasich, and other Republican candidates who are system change Republican candidates, like Ted Cruz. And so you have your choice. But finally, we started to see some of those differences come to the fore. Greg and Schaumburg.
But then, Dan, picking up exactly where you are right now, the main point is that it's picking up on Benson's last point. Trump and Carson are in the lead because the populace is fed up. And we can spend time as Republicans analyzing it from the standpoint of correct political theory, but that's not what's going to get us elected. We have to pay attention to what the common person is saying.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Greg. I mean, right, Benson's point he was referring to is, hey, before everybody just says this is going to be Cruz versus Rubio, you got 50% of the GOP electorate telling you it's going to be Trump or Carson, and so don't dismiss them. Because even, frankly, if it's not Trump or Carson, you need to bring those people in. There may be a lot of Republican primary voters supporting Trump but supporting Carson who are on-again, off-again Republican primary voters and maybe came out of retirement after Romney and McCain to support an outsider like Trump or Carson. And if it's not going to be Trump or Carson, and I'm not saying it won't be, but if it isn't, you want them to stick with Cruz or Rubio or whoever emerges. It's an important point.
And that's why debates are great, because I'm starting to really become attracted to Ted Cruz and his policies. I just have to...
Oh, nice. Look at you.
Yeah, I'm looking at Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz.
You're growing up right before our very eyes. Little Amy. Now, on the flip side, a place where they don't like debate, that's the University of Missouri.
Hey-o.
Thank you.
Yeah, new information this morning about our favorite professor, Dr. Melissa Click.
The good doctor.
Yeah, the good doctor.
Yeah, she's
in a bit of trouble.
The journalism panjandrums are going to take a vote as to whether or not to rescind her appointment. She beat them to the punch. Melissa Click apologizing and resigning her post at the journalism school. It's a courtesy appointment, though. So before you get too excited, she's still a communications professor there.
Yes.
She hasn't been terminated, though she should be.
Well, she should be, and she still might be. That's the possibility, and that's what everyone wants. Because
so you're saying there's a chance?
Well, she accosted and verbally abused and wanted to physically harm a student who pays to go to that school, who is a journalism student.
Oh, she just wanted to rough him up a little bit, teach him some manners.
Yeah, rough him up. But she wrote an apology letter yesterday that's just, this is classic. First of all, wait, let me just play what she did to our friend, Tim Ty, who's the journalism student who attends University of Missouri. He's a senior.
Hi, media. Can I talk to you?
No, you need to get out.
Well,
you need to get out.
No, I don't.
You need to get out.
I actually don't.
All right. Hey,
that's it.
So he was...
It's a throwdown.
I've been talking to Tim, and Tim was freelancing, although he's a senior.
He started.
He was freelancing for ESPN. They gave him, $300. Go get, we want to know what's going on. Bring us back some pictures.
He was given a direct order by a journalism professor, and he said, "No, I don't." Who is he to invoke the First Amendment?
Please, if you're on public property, you need to realize that you are free game. But yesterday, I just have to read parts of her apology letter. Yesterday was an historic day at MU, full of emotion and confusion. I've reviewed and reflected upon the video of me that is circulating, and have written this statement to offer both an apology and context for my actions. I've reached out to the journalists involved to offer my sincere apologies and express regret, blah, blah, blah. I regret the language and strategies I used and sincerely apologize to MU campus community, journalists at large for my behavior, and also for the way my actions have shifted attention away from the students' campaign for justice.
It sounds like the John Gotti elocution.
Well, she called the photographer, Tim, yesterday and apologized, and he accepted her apology. But he's laying low. I've been trying to get him on the show. He's saying no to just about every media outlet right now because I don't know why, but I have for fear of retaliation. I don't know what it is, but he's...
Well, Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill, she's not lying low, unfortunately. She's not laying low either. She went on with Rachel Maddow to have a little gab fest and rally to the defense of the agitators on the campus of the University of Missouri.
Well, I certainly have been in contact with the administration and, frankly, been in contact with Jonathan Butler's family over the weekend.
The hunger striker.
Yeah. I mean, I found that sometimes you can do better work when you are quietly reaching out and talking and trying to move the needle. But the credit goes to these kids. The credit goes to these kids who took a stand, and to the football players who went to visit the young man who had gone days without food. And they were motivated and moved by his commitment. And then I was proud that it wasn't just the black players that were in that picture. It was the team and the coach that all kind of came together and said, we're one here too, and something needs to happen. There needs to be a reprioritization of how important this problem is on campus. And I'm proud that I think today the university really took a meaningful step towards that.
Yeah, Claire McCaskill's proud. So we'd like to see this at more universities around the country, starting apparently in the state of Missouri. She's very proud of what happened. That's your U.S. Senator from Missouri.
Oh, my God. And the White House, too. The White House, too, defended the students yesterday and said they have a right to protest and demand action, and they applauded them for kicking out the president of Mizzou.
Sure. They have a right to protest. They have a right to their free speech. They have a right to eliminate the free speech of others. They have a right to eliminate freedom of the press, and we're all very proud of it.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Nothing frustrates me more than liberal hypocrisy. Take our food, for example. The left claims to care about the poor and the environment, but guess what? They're waging a silent war against America's farmers that is making our food supply more costly and less sustainable. America's family farmers are producing more food using less land and fewer resources than ever before. Now, they should be cheered, but instead, radical groups are working with government bureaucrats to crack down on our farmers and limit the tools and technology that they're allowed to use. Now, the result is higher food costs for you, the American consumer, and low-income families, they're hit the hardest. Now, thankfully, someone is fighting back. Protect the Harvest is a national coalition working to defend modern American agriculture. You can check them out at protecttheharvest.com and follow them on Facebook to get the very latest news and see how you can help. Don't let radical activists control your family's food choices. Visit protecttheharvest.com today.
Get out and have some fun. Visit chicagoradiodeals.com for a fun night out on the town. Grab your Sweet Caroline and make a date to listen to your favorite music. Direct from Branson is Denny Diamond and the Jewels, featuring the music of Neil Diamond. Normally $76 for lunch and a show for two. It's only $39 at chicagoradiodeals.com. Or head downtown for some laughs. $22 will get you a pair of tickets to Comedy Sports Chicago, which is a unique blend of fast and funny improv comedy that's appropriate for all ages. This Laugh Out Loud show features two improv teams that play games on stage with a referee, and the audience is in on it for the fun. Or hit the waves and take advantage of the Sea Dog Extreme Thrill Ride or Lakefront Speedboat Cruise. A lake and architectural tour awaits you as well, all from Entertainment Cruise Line. So if you want to get out of town too, then you can escape to Wisconsin. Purchase an overnight stay at the Schuster Mansion in Milwaukee. So check in every week for fun and adventure with your family and friends only at chicagoradiodeals.com. That's chicagoradiodeals.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Can Rand Paul leverage last night's debate performance for a Lazarus-like comeback? We'll ask Steve Moore at 7:37.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Partly sunny and 45. People gathering at memorials across Europe to pay tribute to the millions of soldiers killed in World War I on the 97th anniversary of the war's end. Thousands of people in Paris lined the Champs-Élysées to see President Francois Hollande lay a wreath at the Arc de Triomphe, where an eternal flame marks France's tomb of the unknown soldier. Smaller ceremonies are also held across France. In the United States, today is Veterans Day. Parts of Utah, New Mexico, Wyoming, Colorado, Nebraska, even Kansas could be slammed with snow today. The National Weather Service warning travel could be extremely dangerous with whiteout conditions. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie says he is still not into attacking his fellow GOP presidential candidates during debates.
Our real adversary, the person that we need to defeat, is Hillary Clinton. And so I was going to make sure I spent my time last night letting the American people who are watching know that I have a plan to beat her and that I'm the best person to be on that stage next September to prosecute the case against Hillary Clinton and to win back the White House for our party.
Christie, part of the Fox Business Network undercard debate, the earlier debate that featured the four lowest polling candidates. Investigators working today on finding the cause of a crash that sent a private business jet carrying 9 into an apartment building in Akron, Ohio. There were no survivors. Classes resuming today in Batavia after a soft lockdown at Batavia High School and Alice Gustafson Elementary School. The Illinois Senate has adjourned for the week and maybe the year. The House is due next in Springfield December 2nd. The Senate president says his chamber will not meet, and the president will only call back senators to take any substantive action. People in Chicago will soon get a chance to pay off some old parking tickets without a late fee. The amnesty program allows citations or back taxes issued before 2012 to be paid off without a fine, and it runs through December 31st. Chicago sports. Sox have hired former Cubs manager Rick Renteria as their bench boss. Bulls open up a 2-game homestand of their own while the Hornets visit the UC on Friday. The news service of the city of Chicago and Cook County. Suspicious activity can be found anywhere. Help keep our community safe. Call 855-RPRT-2S4. If you see something, say something. From the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and the Cook County Department of Homeland Security. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes in forgive and forget.
With a guy like Quentin Tarantino, who is reportedly about to apologize for calling cops murderers, are you inclined to forgive him? The way I see it, we should have our hearts open to somebody who's willing to say they're sorry. If we fail to forgive when somebody says, you know what, I blew it, I'm wrong, then we're no better than the left.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11, on AM 560. The Answer.
Stop into your nearest Lowe's store today and see why their newest wet-dry vac is clearly different. Shop Vac, genuine American original.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you want to refinance to pay off debt, you called me and I helped you. When your kids were purchasing their first home and you wanted to make sure they were working with a trustworthy lender, you called me and I helped them. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
7:35 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Kennedy, delays start at Central. It's 31 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, and outbound 31 as well. The Edens, 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. The Eisenhower, just 38 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 34 minutes. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Ryan, 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, much lighter than normal. The northbound Tri-State has delays. 111th to LaGrange Road, from the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways have mild delays, but they're lighter than normal. Traffic is a service of Veritiv. Veritiv is hiring drivers. Enjoy great hours, great people, great equipment, and local routes close to home. It all adds up to a great driving career with Veritiv. Get started at drive4v.com. That's drive, number 4, letter V.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Some sun, then some clouds. Breezy and mild, high 62. Overnight, periods of rain and a thunderstorm developed. Some of those storms could have damaging winds and a low of 44. Currently, 45 along the lakefront. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so talking about last night's debate, remember that Fiorina moment? You know, Carly was her normal solid self, right?
She always seems a little scripted, but
well, she always does her homework. She's always at the ready with an answer, and she was again last night.
I bet she won biggest brown nose in high school. Just saying, she seems very studious. Would sit in the front row, you know.
I've said from the beginning. She reminded me immediately of the student who had her trapper keeper organized. You know, all the file folders organized alphabetically and by subject.
And I don't fault
so she
her
could
for that.
cross-reference.
I think she's very competent.
She is competent. And I think she's still in the running to be a vice presidential candidate as well. She had this moment where she sniped at Trump after he sniped at her. Trump referencing taping 60 Minutes on for the same show that Putin did. And so him having a chance to talk to Putin while they were apparently waiting for their respective turns with the 60 Minutes reporters. And that's how Trump sized up and now looked into the soul and then looked into the soul of Vlad Putin. It was kind of silly. And Fiorina said, well, I've met Putin too, not in a green room, taking the little shot at Trump. But Carly said something very different when she was on Jimmy Fallon.
Where did you meet?
I met him in Beijing. We were in sort of a green room setting, actually. The two of us were giving a speech. Each of us were giving a speech at a major economic conference called APAC. And so the two of us were sitting sort of in a chair like this, about this close, for 45 minutes before his speech and before mine.
Yeah, that's so that's kind of the same thing Trump said. Fair is fair. We got to call everybody out if their stories don't square with the facts. Certainly Ben Carson's had to deal with that.
And he brought that up yesterday. Yesterday, everything was, highbrow. It was very sophisticated, adult-like conversation, the debate was. And the only time it frayed into, media bashing or being a victim of the media was with Ben Carson. Did he
Well, he was asked the question.
Stab somebody.
Well, he was asked the question by Cavuto.
Right.
Well, first of all, thank you for not asking me what I said in the 10th grade. I appreciate that.
I'll just forget that follow-up there.
Yeah, Carson
fell a little flat for me yesterday.
Well, he lost me a little bit on.
He lost me at hello.
He lost you at hello. Yes. He didn't have you at hello.
No, he didn't have me at hello.
He lost me a little bit in his answer with respect to bank bailouts, and then I watched a little of the post game where he sat down with Cavuto after the debate, and Cavuto kind of re-put to him that question about what would you do if Bank America was prepared to fail, was on the cusp of failing right now. Would you bail them out or not? And this was a question that led to a discrepancy between Ted Cruz and John Kasich and Jeb Bush that I thought was very instructive. And Carson was a little muddled there. But I thought Carson's best moment where he really, I think, presented why people like him so much and why he's generating such support was his closing statement. I'm kind of not too much of a fan of the opening and closing statement. I'd rather see the interaction and actually answering questions. But Carson, I thought, used his closing statement to maximum impact, and here's what he had to say.
In the 2 hours of this debate, 5 people have died from drug-related deaths. $100 million has been added to our national debt. 200 babies have been killed by abortionists. And 2 veterans have taken their lives out of despair. This is a narrative that we can change. Not we the Democrats, not we the Republicans, but we the people of America, because there is something special about this nation, and we must embrace it and be proud of it and never give it away for the sake of political correctness.
Yeah. See, that was
impactful.
It was almost his no blue states, no red states moment, but it was better than that. It was more important than that, because what he's really talking about when he talks about giving it away to political correctness, he's not talking about what's happening at the University of Missouri. That's a manifestation of the sickness. He's talking about the lack of moral leadership. He's talking about people who are intent on silencing people with whom they disagree. He's talking about how political correctness has infected even our most important institutions like the U.S. military. That's what I think that's what he means from everything else I've heard and read from Carson when he talks about standing up to political correctness and this pernicious ideology of the left. I thought it was a great, great moment for Ben Carson.
312-642-5600 is our number.
Get your reactions, Mark in East Chicago.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that Ted Cruz was solid as usual, and he is going to continue to rise. But John Kasich proved himself to be a desperate old liberal rhino who has no shot at all, and he proved it last night. He was the rude uncle that you have over at Thanksgiving who's constantly waving his arm around, trying to get his point in and interrupting everybody. It was an embarrassment for the man.
Thanks for the call,
Yeah,
Mark.
I was kind of the great analogy because I was embarrassed for him, too.
I think Kasich's high point in his visit to Wisconsin was getting to shoot around with the Milwaukee Bucks before the debate. He got to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
How'd he get that gig?
I don't know.
He knows somebody, huh?
Yeah, maybe he knows Scott
I got a
Walker.
guy, huh?
Yeah. Dennis in Crystal Lake.
Hey, how's it going, you guys?
It's going.
Dan, Amy, do you even remember what you say on this radio show throughout the years?
No, it's like a sketch.
You have just been the biggest hypocrite about 10 minutes ago when you threw Carly Fiorini under the bus about being a brown nose because you once quoted Margaret Thatcher as saying a woman who doesn't support another woman has a special place in hell. And your seat is warmed up.
Oh, Dennis, relax.
Wow. Casting down. Thanks for the call, Dennis.
And if you listen to the entire context of our conversation, I did say, too, that she's very competent. And I like her, but I don't want her as my next president. I think she'll be
Professor Click.
She'll be a great cabinet member. I still respect her. I'm not bashing her. And it's not bad to be a brown nose. I love brown noses. Anyone who went to Hershey knows that.
Yeah. So I have a question.
But I'm still candidate shopping.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm still waiting. I wanted Jeb Bush to answer the question of whether or not he would have killed baby Bashar al-Assad.
Stop it.
I think that's the focus of Jeb should have been which dictators, at least in the last century, would he have killed and would he have not, and which ones for his dad, because I know he'd kill for his dad.
I love my dad. Oh, wait, may I? Just may I?
I love my dad. I'd kill for him. I'd go to prison for him because I love him so much.
I know he would have killed baby Saddam Hussein for his dad because, Saddam Hussein threatened his dad's life.
Oh, sorry.
You heard it there.
Uh-huh.
Sean from Elmwood Park.
Jeb Bush could lock himself in his own car, that moron. And the fact that he's there and John Kasich is there is such an outrage when you have Bobby Jindal and even Fatso Christie clearly belongs on the main stage far more than these two fools. But it shows you the kind of influence they have with Fredo Priebus. Why is he in charge of anything? There has never been a bigger failure of the RNC. But you have to, I'm going to tell you something right now. Let's eliminate the words unbelievable, great, fantastic. I'm going to do a wonderful job. Let's talk about specifics because I have such a problem. I know we're going to go into Econ 102, but tariffs are currency manipulation. You want your country to import far more than it exports because it shows you the value of your currency. Let's bring this conversation up a level, and you really only have three candidates that did that. That's Rand Paul. As much as I dislike him with the Troy Donahue blonde hair, can't stand him. He was great last night.
Yeah, he was.
Marco Rubio. I can't stand him either. And I'll tell you what, he had more hairspray in his hair than Phyllis Diller did in the 60s.
Okay,
I can't even focus on what he's saying. But you have to think that Ted Cruz now is bringing it up a notch, and they're all drafting him. The caliber of what he's saying has dusted everybody, and we need to make a decision. Are we going to hire just anybody who looks good in a suit, or are we going to hire someone of caliber who understands? And another thing, Dan, Ben Carson said the most important thing after his interview when he was with Neil Cavuto. What he said was, our currency needs to be backed by something.
Yeah.
All this problem is from a fiat currency in 19 1971. May Nixon burn in the Kennedy wing of hell for it.
Thanks for the call, Sean. And Ted Cruz tried to make the point about the gold standard as well. Trump exposed himself again.
There's no actual policy there.
Well, also just the conflicted nature of what he's saying. I'm a free trader. That was Trump describing himself, except for the tariffs I support. And regarding kind of pillaring China for their currency manipulation, China's currency manipulation turns out to be a subsidy to U.S. consumers and businesses. And it's unfortunate nobody made that point. Verlin on the south side.
How you doing today?
Good.
Hey, before I say what I got to say, to that caller before Sean, hey, stay in your place. Don't be getting in Amy's grill like that. When a woman is critiquing another woman, just let women do what they got to do. Stay in your place, sir. Now,
right, Verlin. God love you.
Right. Now I want to say, look, I'm sorry. I apologize for lying to you guys. You know, I'm like a drug addict when it comes to politics. I just can't quit. So listen. The moderators did a good job. They lost control about 2 or 3 times, but I don't mind it because it was substantive. It had substance in both debates. You know, when the pit bull, the Orleans guy,
Bobby Jindal, yeah.
He needs to get up there, get up to the next debate so he can get into it and mix it up with Trump. And on the big stage with Rubio and Rand Paul, it was cool. I liked it because you can see who's going to fight and who can be tough as the next president. And I enjoyed the debate. It was great. Let Fox keep doing the debates because they do the best job.
All right, Verlin, thanks for the call. Frank in Tinley Park.
Yeah, good morning, Dan and Amy. Just a quick observation here. Going back to the Kennedy-Nixon debates, it was often cited that Nixon's upper lip sweating and that hurt him a great deal on television. Well, I've got to say, at least from my perspective, John Kasich and Jeb Bush have just about the worst posture I've ever seen. And I can't even it distracts me. They look like old men with their shoulders slumped.
Thanks for the call, Frank. Yeah, and John Kasich, too, he's got a lot of weird kind of gesticulations and movements. Even when they panned him when he's being asked a question, his face is twitching.
Well, he's
kind
moving.
Of
he's
jumpy.
shaking. It's almost as if he's on something, or maybe too much caffeine.
When they cut to commercial, too, he's walking around the stage like he's at the Oakbrook shopping mall, looking for a new pair of slacks. He's kind of an odd duck, Kasich is, all the way around.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine for this Veterans Day. Get out and enjoy. It's going to be breezy. It's going to be mild, a high of 63 degrees. But tonight, this may, as they say, be the calm before the storm, because tonight we're going to have rain, thunderstorms, with it bringing some high damaging winds. And tomorrow, very windy, a passing morning shower, otherwise cooler, a high of 52. Let's see if there's the calm before the storm on the roadways. A lot of people off today, right, Jim?
That's right, Amy. Travel times are refreshingly low throughout the area. The Edens is 20 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26 minutes. The Kennedy, 31 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Ike, just 37 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 34. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Rhine, 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive has no significant delays. There will be a Veterans Day ceremony at Soldier Field, 11 o'clock this morning, with some free parking at Soldier Field as well. Northbound Tri-State, it's slow in pockets from 111th to LaGrange Road, from the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, but all the tollways are lighter than normal. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
The Gun Safety Guy's mission is pure and simple: to help good people safely enjoy recreational shooting and improve their ability to protect themselves and their family responsibly. This is what Pastor Ed Bryant, the Gun Safety Guy, has built for you and your family. Pastor Bryant's background and experience enables him to communicate with all of his students, no matter what their age, gender, or ability. New shooters learn the fundamentals. Experienced shooters develop their skills. Above everything, all shooters are taught to value safety first. Family-friendly firearms instruction is the core of the Gun Safety Guy, and I took his pistol class recently. Excellent class. He is speaking the truth when he says safety is the core of his instruction. And I'm looking forward to taking more classes with the Gun Safety Guy, Pastor Ed Bryant. So give the gift of firearm safety this holiday season. Gift certificates are available. Learn more at thegunsafetyguy.com. That's thegunsafetyguy.com. Family-friendly firearms instruction with NRA-certified instructor, Pastor Ed Bryant. Thegunsafetyguy.com. And he's a proud sponsor of Freedom Summit 2015 this weekend. Like him on Facebook.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. Dennis and I want you to know that when you sell your diamonds, gold, silver, platinum, and estate jewelry to us, we will strive to give you the highest cash payment possible.
And all transactions are strictly confidential. There's absolutely no pressure. And like Michelle said, we can pay you 50% more by eliminating the middleman. Why? Because we are direct buyers.
We buy certified diamonds and engagement rings, 1/2 carat and above, broken and used gold jewelry, estate jewelry, gold and silver coins, and more. We really do understand the sentimental value and pledge to be considerate, knowledgeable, and private.
We have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
We're just south of the Kennedy on Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200. That's 708-867-8200 or visit DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling
and less sting.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. Baa1 is Illinois' bond rating after its most recent downgrade by Moody's. A more accurate grade would be F, because the continued deterioration of Illinois' creditworthiness represents the failure of Illinois' political ruling class to abide its fiduciary duties to all of us. So what happens when Illinois' ruling class runs out of your money to spend? Well, they devise a new scheme to take more of your money to address the crisis they created. In the movie The Prestige, the Michael Caine character, Cutter, explains that every great magic trick has 3 parts. The pledge, where the magician shows you something ordinary. Here we have a relatively low state income tax, and Illinois is one of the few states that doesn't tax retirement income. The turn, where the magician takes the ordinary and does something extraordinary with it. Let's raise the relatively low state income tax, as well as create a new tax on retirement income, and Illinois' financial problems and the needs and wants of its families will disappear. And finally, the prestige, where the magician has put the trick right in front of us, but you don't see it. You want to be fooled. And so we listen to the Chicago Press Corps tell us that taking more of our money is the responsible thing to do. Heck, it was even our idea. Illinois' political mystics have fooled voters for 4 decades. Perhaps they'll do so again. But millions have realized that Illinois has lost its prestige. And the one thing leisure domain cannot make reappear is all of those who have left. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy taking more of your calls on last night's debate. Pete in Glencoe. Hey, Pete.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Amy. So after last night's debate, I liked Rubio and Carly Fiorina most, and John Kasich and Jeb Bush the least. If we nominate Jeb Bush or John Kasich, we're going to get another 4 years of tinkering with the same system that is demonstratively broken.
Thanks for the call, Pete.
We have a month until the next debate, and I think some things on the main stage are going to change between now and then.
The good news for Pete, I don't think we're going to be nominating Jeb or John.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I've stopped taking artificially produced multivitamins, and I tried the Balance of Nature because it just makes sense. What's more natural than actual food? It just rings true. It just makes sense, and from a scientific standpoint, it makes sense also. You're supposed to be getting nutrition from whole foods. I definitely feel better overall. My energy level is better.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Got a great sleep last night, all thanks to MyPillow. It conforms to my neck and back. It helps with chronic neck pain. It helps some with snorings. If you have allergies, insomnia, check out a pillow from MyPillow because you get a 60-day full money-back guarantee. So basically, you can try MyPillow risk-free. You have nothing to lose and could be enjoying your best sleep ever. What are you waiting for? It's washable. It keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. American-made, great company. So go to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code. 2 pillows for the price of 1 plus the 60-day money-back guarantee. MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
American schools are mass-producing students who are not only largely ignorant of history, science, literature, and geography, but also unable to read, write, or add properly. Among the world's 34 richest countries, the U.S. is ranked 27th in math, 20th in science, and 17th in reading. America's educational crisis is no coincidence. Progressive education says that teaching children how to express themselves and get along with others is more important than teaching them facts or developing their ability to think rationally and independently. If you'd like to know more about the philosophical cause and solution of America's educational crisis, check out Teaching Johnny to Think, a philosophy of education based on the principles of Ayn Rand's Objectivism by Leonard Peikoff at ARIradio.com. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Ron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Ron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ARIradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy Objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, Objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
Here are the stories we're watching today. Priest calls the funeral of a 9-year-old a new low for Chicago. Sunny skies, WIND, Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
I'm Chris Foster. The Republican presidential candidates back on stage last night. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie telling Fox this morning,
our real adversary, the person that we need to defeat, is Hillary Clinton.
He was with three other candidates in an earlier debate. More on the main event now from Fox's Rachel Sutherland in Milwaukee.
There were fireworks over immigration at last night's Fox Business Network debate. Donald Trump didn't back down on his promise to build a wall on the Mexican border, even as his opponents blasted him for it. Here's John Kasich sparring with Trump.
Come on, folks. We all know you can't pick them up and ship them back across the border. It's a silly argument.
We have no choice if we're going to run our country properly and if we're going to be a country.
Ben Carson defended his biography, saying he has no problem answering questions about his life story, while also questioning Hillary Clinton's honesty about the Benghazi attacks. Chris.
Rachel, an arrest related to threats against black students at the University of Missouri. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
A statement on the university's website says campus police have the person who posted those threats in custody. The threats were to shoot black people. They were posted on the anonymous location-based messaging app Yik Yak, as well as other social media. Police say the suspect was not picked up on or near the Mizzou campus and that school is operating on a regular schedule. This as an assistant communications professor for the school resigned from her appointment after being caught on video confronting a student journalist attempting to block him from taking photos on a public area. There, Chris.
Tanya, thanks. 9 bodies in the wreckage of a small plane crash in Akron, Ohio.
All of a sudden I heard like a big crackling noise, and the next thing I knew my house shook.
No one's reported hurt in an apartment building the plane hit or a house that caught fire. Anheuser-Busch finalizes a deal to take over Miller, with Miller selling off Coors. The new company will brew a third of the world's beer. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly sunny skies this morning. 45 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Classes resume later today in Batavia following a soft lockdown. Police say a man barricaded himself inside his home yesterday. Students at Batavia High School and Alice Gustafson Elementary School were not allowed to leave their buildings for several hours. Again, they're resuming classes normally this morning. The Illinois Senate has adjourned for the day and may not meet again until 2016. The House is next due back at Springfield December 2nd, but the Senate president tells his chamber he'll only call senators back to take any substantive action. Chicago priest says the funeral for a 9-year-old boy killed in an alleged gang execution marks a new low for the city. Reverend Michael Flager presided over Tuesday's funeral for Tyshawn Lee. Cook County jury convicts a man accused of the death of a Chicago woman whose trial was long delayed by legal maneuvering. Reginald Potts was convicted Tuesday of first-degree murder in the death of 28-year-old sales rep Naila Franklin. Cook County State's Attorney Anita Alvarez.
He picked his partners, not just Miss Franklin, but his other partners, because he was looking for someone that he can abuse and control.
In closing arguments, prosecutors said Franklin left her Chicago condo and was ambushed by Potts, a man she had casually dated. The public now has access to more than 56,000 complaints filed against thousands of Chicago police officers. University of Chicago Civil Rights and Police Accountability Clinic announcing the launch of an interactive online database called the Citizens Police Data Project, including complaints made against more than 8,500 officers between 2001 and 2008. Chicago sports. White Sox have hired former Cubs manager Rick Renteria as their bench coach. Blackhawks wrap up their 2-game homestand tomorrow when the Devils come to town. The news, a service of Target Red Card. At Target, your debit and credit red card is like the gift that keeps on giving, as in 5% off your holiday wish list on every shopping trip. So let the stocking stuffing begin, brought to you by Target Red Card. Some restrictions apply. See program rules in-store or at target.com. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network this morning, here's Carol Zimmer.
From the Fox Business Network, it's official. Anheuser-Busch has formally agreed to buy SABMiller for $105.5 billion. It's a deal that's been brewing for months and creates a company that will dominate the global beer market. T-Mobile says it's going to offer free video streaming. The phone company will not charge customers for the data used to stream video from Netflix, Hulu, and HBO. The video will be streamed without additional ads at slightly lower quality. Most carriers have built their business on demand for wireless internet. It's rare for them to give away free data. Android users will have a harder time getting lost. Google Maps issued an update yesterday allowing Android users to search for nearby businesses or get driving directions, even if there's little or no internet connection. An update for iPhone users is on its way. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Carol Zimmer.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
They've fought on nearly every continent in the world, in jungles and deserts. They fought for you, for me, for our future, for our freedom.
All we can ever do for our heroes is remember them, remember what they did, and memories are transmitted through words.
Today, we salute American heroes and the ideals they fought to uphold. Happy Veterans Day. From AM 560, The Answer.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with 1 claim compared to Assyrian total equipment coverages of August 10, 2015.
Getting a new iPhone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting all the phones in your family is a smart idea. But if you have insurance through your wireless carrier, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded SquareTrade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance through your wireless carrier can cost as much as $11 a month. For a family of 4, that's $44 every month. Plus, up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade family protection plans cost less than $4 a month per phone with a much lower deductible. We can save your family over $500. Whether you've got a new iPhone or any other smartphone, stop overpaying for phone insurance and protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade instead.
Protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade and save over $500. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
.807 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens this Veterans Day, it's just 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Kennedy, 28 minutes, O'Hare to down, but slower in the Express. Outbound 35 minutes downtown to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, stop and go North Avenue to the Tri-State where there's a crash in the right lane. 46 minutes Thorndale to downtown. It's 26 from Manheim. Outbound 43 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive up on 36th to Ryan. Just 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive is fine. The northbound Tri-State has scattered delays from 111th to LaGrange Road, from Stevenson to 31st, and it's slow Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway, a little heavy Roselle to Meacham, and westbound from the Devon Toll to Lee. Reagan Tollway 5, Battle Memorial, slow 75th to the Reagan Tollway, and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A wind advisory in effect from 6 p.m. this evening until 6 p.m. tomorrow. Cloudy for most of the day, breezy with a little rain late in the afternoon, high of 62 and a low tonight 44. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
40 at O'Hare, 45 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What was said was right. The Democrats are laughing. Because if Republicans join Democrats as the party of amnesty, we will lose.
Look, I absolutely agree we've got to beat Hillary Clinton. But just sending any Republican's not good enough. We've had a Republican majority in the Senate and the House. What has changed?
To quit.
Can I finish with my time? Why does she keep interrupting everybody? Yeah. Boy, terrible. Yeah, I'd like to finish my response, basically.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning and happy Veterans Day. Thank you to all the men and women who have served our country honorably or are serving our country honorably at present. We got pizza for you at 8:38 when Sergeant Mark Evans from pizzaforpatriots.com joins us. But Amy, I know we've almost completed the casting for the Joe Glinowitz made-for-TV movie. Perhaps we can option it for the big screen. But you've got some new information that we may have to add additional characters.
Yeah, we new information this morning about Lieutenant Glinowitz, and the cases that he investigated may be in jeopardy. So 3 defense attorneys who their clients were, part of the Lieutenant Glinowitz's, arrest record have come forward to the Lake County State's attorney, and they might have to relitigate what has happened.
We've gone back to 2006, and there's actually not too terribly many cases. I think there were 13 cases where there was either a finding of guilty or a plea of guilty. Those are felonies and misdemeanors.
Yeah, but one case, a defense lawyer contacted the Lake County State's attorney, whom you just heard, and said that, my client...
That was Mike Neerheim.
That was Mike Neerheim, yes. That my client had, a small possession of marijuana on him and cocaine. That may have been planted by Lieutenant Glinowitz, because we know now that he was a dirty cop.
Well, we suspected that this would come to pass. A number of callers as well suggested that you have to look at the cases that he handled in a new light based on everything we have come to find out. So this isn't surprising, and Lake County State Attorney will review the cases, and they'll go through it. It's not surprising that defense attorneys who've got clients that were involved with Lieutenant Glinowitz in a policing capacity are trying to take advantage of the situation. Maybe it's legitimate. Maybe it isn't. It's for the Lake County State's attorney to flesh it out.
Well, last night, the Fox Lake Village Board met for the first time since the investigators ruled that Lieutenant Glinowitz killed himself in an elaborately staged suicide. And here's the mayor, Mr. Schmidt.
Confusion, anger, disbelief, feeling betrayed are just a few of the emotions in our community right now. But we as a community must move forward.
And the residents aren't too happy because their tax dollars went to pay for overtime to search for these phantom trio.
I'm a little upset, but other than that, we work through it. That's what we have. We have a community here.
But here's the rub this morning. I don't know. This has been percolating since Monday night's football game between the Bears and the Chargers. Apparently, Mayor Donnie Schmidt, who you just heard, he was at the game with the ex-police chief Michael Behan. And some might see, that's his business, what he wants to do with his own time. But I've learned, from my source that the ex-police chief, Michael Behan, knew about Lieutenant Glinowitz's past problems, his failure to show up at work on time, the incidents where he passed out on his truck with the engine running after a night of drinking, complaints from bar owners about Glinowitz's drinking to excess, his accusing of groping a woman's breast at a Christmas party, and
he was the subject of a sexual harassment suit. In addition to all that, so it wasn't just the ex-police chief that knew about Glinowitz.
But the ex-police chief also knew, according to my source, that he was taking money out of the Explorers program.
Well, that
is a problem. And those two were seen together at the game in San Diego.
Well, let's just be clear. The former police chief has not been charged with any crime that I'm aware of.
No, but he was put on administrative leave.
Okay, but...
And then resigned a day later, a day before Lieutenant Glinowitz offed himself.
That is a far cry from suggesting that he was conspiring to cover up embezzlement.
These two were friends for 33 years. They had
you can be
sworn to secrecy bond.
Maybe it's true. I don't know. I don't think you should go around suggesting that someone is guilty because you're a crime. It's just criminal conduct. Let's just kind of pull the reins, and you can.
Crazy Amy's back with the. My source told me because I called yesterday and said, "Why are people so upset that the mayor of Fox Lake is at a Bears-Chargers game in San Diego with the ex-police chief?" And they all said because he knew all along that he was sucking off that Explorers program. That's where he met his mistress, by the way, Kathy Grams. She worked and she volunteered at the Explorers program.
This is like off the rails. Okay, but as I said, it strains the bounds of credulity to suggest that it was only the former police chief that he was friendly with at 30 years on the force, and only the former police chief knew. Of course, they all knew because there was litigation, because there are these complaints that were filed, because it's a small town and I'm sure people talk. So I hardly believe that it was just the former police chief. And in addition, and as to the whether who knew or didn't know that he was stealing from taxpayers, because that's what he was doing. If what the report suggests from the Major Crimes Task Force, if that's accurate, and it seems to be, if that's true, then this investigation that's ongoing will flesh that out as well. I just want to hesitate before we decide who knew of the criminal activity he was up to and who didn't.
Well, at last night's board meeting, residents questioned the mayor. Why would you be hanging out with the ex-police chief who was covering up for Lieutenant Glinowitz?
How I spend my free time and who I spend it with doesn't affect the village.
Mm-hmm. So basically saying it's none of your business who I go to a Bears-Chargers game with. It's none of your business.
Well, I mean, he does have, freedom of association.
312-642-5600. And also we're learning this morning that BMO Harris has frozen the family's account. There's tens of thousands of dollars in this account.
Which account?
The Lieutenant Glinowitz's.
You mean like the
fund.
GoFundMe page?
Well, no, there's a GoFundMe page. There was a Facebook page. People are just sending cash to the house.
This is a personal account.
Well, that received donations after he died.
Oh, okay.
And they have frozen it pending the investigation of the case.
Well, that's obviously at the direction of law enforcement. The banks aren't doing this of their own volition. This is obviously law enforcement putting the hammer down, saying, don't let them take money from this account as this investigation proceeds. And it's got to be a joint federal and local and perhaps state investigation too, because the allegations in that report include welfare fraud.
Frauding the government. Yeah, because of this.
The federal government.
Yeah, and speaking of this sham marriage that Lieutenant Glinowitz arranged between his son and his mistress, I learned yesterday that Glinowitz's wife, Melanie, did not know that her son's wife was her husband's mistress. Oh, it just sounds such like a horrible, you know what it sounds like? The script of a horrible soap opera.
So it was Mick Kaler that tweeted last week that says this is Honey Boo Boo meets The Sopranos. Yes. I still like that. That's the best description I've heard. Tom and Elgin, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Dan, Amy. Happy birthday, Amy.
Thanks,
Congratulations to Dan's dad.
Thank you.
For making it.
Yes.
I'm pulling for him.
Yes, he's very happy to have made it.
there's a lot of documentation and columnists coming out and talking about the culture of police corruption. And I did want to add to the record today that I saw the current police chief of Fox Lake, and he did come out of the Lake County Sheriff's Department, and he said as soon as he moved in, he saw a cultural problem here, not only within the police department, within the city, and he went as far as to say within the area. So that's on tape right now. And will we get to Tyshawn later in the week, or are we going to let that one go?
Tyshawn Lee?
Tyshawn Lee, yeah, thanks for the call, Tom. We'll get to it at some point. Again, we have covered it. But, I mean, so I'm not surprised at what Tom's saying, and I'm not disputing it. It certainly seems that it had to be the case for Gliniewicz to get away with everything he got away with that's documented in that report for the better part of 3 decades. I'm just saying that before you start to say this person is guilty of a crime and that person is guilty of a crime, you have to be able to back it up.
Well, also, too, people thought, why do we have such a hero's funeral for Lieutenant Gliniewicz when everybody, including the police chief, everybody on that force, knew that he was corrupt? I mean, grabbing a woman's breast at a Christmas party, what year is this? I mean, you're a police officer. There's not a youthful indiscretion. That's a mild complaint if you look at his 265-page personal record. But concerns, we found out who orchestrated or who organized the funeral was concerns of police survivors, cops. They're the ones who arranged the entire funeral, so it was out of the police department's hands.
Yeah,
and they did not know anything about his priors. They just saw a dedicated family man, quote unquote, police officer who was killed in the line of duty. That's why they had, TAPS plane, the helicopter V formation flyover, an 18-mile processional.
Right.
And all of that.
As we've talked about, it's not the outside groups or the people that came in from the outside to mourn his passing because they just took him to be the symbol that he was presented to be. It's those people that knew better locally that are culpable.
You call my house again, you ever speak to one of my children again, I will track you down and I will kill you. We have got guns here.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, and they still haven't given the $15,000 back to the 100 Club. Let you know when that happens. Today, sunshine, but increasing clouds by the afternoon, a high of 62 degrees. Then tonight, the nasty stuff's going to roll through here. We're going to have rain, thunderstorms, with it some high damaging winds, so be careful out there if you work outside at night. And then tomorrow, very windy, a passing morning shower, and then it will be cooler, a high of 52. Travel times, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. In general, pretty good news on the expressways. The Edens is delay-free inbound. Outbound, it is slow. Pratt to Lake Avenue, 26 minutes. Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound Kennedy, just 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown this Veterans Day. A little heavier in the express. Outbound, 35 minutes. Downtown to the airport. Eisenhower, 45 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. 25 from Manheim. The outbound side, running a little heavy. 43 minutes downtown to Thorndale. Stevenson, 43 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 36. The Ryan, just 18 minutes. 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive is fine. Northbound Tri-State, slow Archer to LaGrange Road. Heavy from LaGrange Road to 31st. Then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. And the Adams Tollway has stop-and-go traffic. Barrington Road to Meacham. Westbound, it's slow. Before Meacham, before Roselle, there's road work there in the right lane. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Oh, I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. Hey, if that sounds like you every day, you're not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men. That's right, you men out there and women. Until now, introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology. They take it from a Swiss apple, and it's from Chamonix. I've been using it for a few months. I love it. My sister uses it. Her skin is glowing, and you should use it too. And with its instant effects, which is a separate product, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. They guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Men, call as well. You're welcome. Call this number, 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323. It is so important to have great, glowing, healthy-looking skin. So call now, and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. That number, 800-525-8323, 8323.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, nothing frustrates me more than liberal hypocrisy. Take our food, for example. You know, the left claims to care about the poor and the environment, but guess what? They're waging a silent war against America's farmers that is making our food supply more costly and less sustainable. America's family farmers are producing more food using less land and fewer resources than ever before. Now, they should be cheered, but instead, radical groups are working with government bureaucrats to crack down on our farmers and limit the tools and technology that they're allowed to use. Now, the result is higher food costs for you, the American consumer, and low-income families, they're hit the hardest. Now, thankfully, someone is fighting back. Protect the Harvest is a national coalition working to defend modern American agriculture. You can check them out at protecttheharvest.com and follow them on Facebook to get the very latest news and see how you can help. Don't let radical activists control your family's food choices. Visit protecttheharvest.com today.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I thought yesterday's debate, one of the better and most important exchanges was between Rand Paul and Marco Rubio on this issue of military spending. Also, among the entire field, the issue of geopolitical decisions like, for example, enforcing a no-fly zone over Syria. I agree with Rand Paul. It's one thing to enforce a no-fly zone against Iraq. It's another thing to enforce it against Russia vis-a-vis a Syrian no-fly zone. I agree. I don't think that's our place. We don't have the kind of readiness, the desire to engage in shooting down Russian planes. And so I think there's a little bit of saber rattling going on by the likes of Marco Rubio that was called out by Rand Paul.
Rand Paul yesterday, I felt as if it was his coming out party. This is the first time you could hear him and see him. He was calm. He was well, not, I don't want to say well rehearsed, but he finally got a chance to speak. And Marco Rubio, when he questioned him about military spending and, that he's not being conservative when he's talking about spend, Marco Rubio, he was rattled. He was nervous. He stumbled, I thought, a little bit because he was confronted
from
right? His rehearsed statements.
Yeah, who was right, Rand or Rubio? 312-642-5600 is the Turnkey.pro answer line. Recall the exchange.
How is it conservative? How is it conservative to add $1 trillion in military expenditures? You cannot be a conservative if you're going to keep promoting new programs that you're not going to pay for.
I may respond more quickly, very quickly, Senator. We can't even have an economy if we're not safe. There are radical jihadists in the Middle East beheading people and crucifying Christians. A radical Shia cleric in Iran trying to get a nuclear weapon. The Chinese taking over the South China Sea. Yes, I believe the world is a safer... No, I don't believe. I know that the world is a safer and better place when America is the strongest military power in the world.
Yeah, see, that's non-responsive. America is the strongest military power in the world, and it should remain that. I agree with the statement of principle. But what Marco Rubio has to explain is how the $1 trillion in additional spending he supports for the military, kind of exempting the military from sequestration, which is kind of by the boards now, thanks to House Republicans. But at least theoretically, why the military should be exempt from examination in terms of operating more efficiently financially. $1 million more, are we going to deal with those radical clerics? Are they going to disappear? Or what is how does how does that additional spending translate into our policy and what we can or cannot do in the South China Sea or the Middle East or North Africa or anywhere else? I think Rand Paul made a good point, and the underlying point is, wait a second, as conservatives, we don't throw money at problems and assume they're going to get better because we're spending more money. We don't do that in the social welfare space, and we shouldn't do it in the military space. And he has a point.
Yeah, well, I think we need to come up with a solid plan first before you throw money at a problem. And that's what Rand Paul was saying yesterday. And, do you think he's conservative on spending?
Well, I do. I mean, I think he's, libertarian. I think he did what Bobby Jindal did in the first debate. He focused the conversation and put the question to the audience of, do you want a president who is focused on shrinking the size of government? Rand Paul would go further, I think, than even Jindal would. I mean, as frankly a conservatarian, which is what Paul is. He talked about a government that's so small it's barely visible. I think Rand Paul, if I had to guess, is a minarchist, meaning police, courts, national defense, and not too much else. But that question that he posed for some of the neocons in the party is an important one. Now, will this resuscitate Rand Paul's campaign? It may a little bit.
Oh, I think so. His stock is rising. Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio.
And Rand, he has to make his stand in New Hampshire. And, I think that electorate has a larger percentage of sort of non-interventionist conservatarians than does, for example, the Iowa caucus electorate or the South Carolina primary electorate. And so if Rand can bubble up in New Hampshire, can he get back into this debate, a debate last night that we thought we would have more of at the outset of this campaign, but then Rand Paul was marginalized, as a number of other candidates have been, by the entrance of Trump and Carson and Fiorina. So it's just very interesting. It was a bit of a reset, I thought, on this issue of what conservatism really means in practice, not just in the abstract.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
They're just awesome. I keep telling people because they keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. And then my bad cholesterol was 62, now it's 52. So, and then with my blood work, the doctor said, I don't know what you're doing, but everything is just perfect.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Amy, the happy birthdays are pouring in. Happy 50.
Oh my gosh, that's
is that rude to ask or to guess?
I'm not even close to that, but I'm closer to that. That's why I'm not celebrating this year. I'm sitting this one out.
Well, a lot of texters from 847 and 708 are texting in with happy birthdays.
And it's my son's birthday today, but more importantly, it is your father's birthday. Well, happy birthday, Larry Prof.
Feliz cumpleaños to the Jacobsons, as well as the Larrys, and of course, a happy Veterans Day.
Yes,
and,
that's more important.
Coming up after we check the headlines with Mike Scott, Sergeant Mark Evans, pizzaforpatriots.com.
Yes, but first let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Yeah, the Marines turned 240 years old yesterday. So happy birthday to them a day late. Police at the University of Missouri say they're working with state and local police to ensure that the Columbia campus is safe, following some racial threats that they say were posted on social media. On Monday, the campus chancellor, you may recall, and the university system's president were forced to resign. Winter weather is already messing up the plans of folks traveling in and around Denver International today. Snow falling there early this morning. It's been a bit unforgiving and resulting in 50 flight cancellations. So far, most of them are Southwest Airlines flights. All 9 on board a private jet are dead after a fiery plane crash in Akron, Ohio. State Highway Patrol says everyone on board the twin-engine Hawker Raytheon jet was killed when it went down near Akron Fulton Airport. No one on the ground was hurt. An 8-year-old Alabama boy is facing murder charges in the beating death of a 1-year-old girl. Birmingham police believe the toddler was attacked because she would not stop crying. The mother has turned herself in to police. Classes resuming today in Batavia following yesterday's soft lockdown at Batavia High School and Alice Gustafson Elementary School. The Illinois Senate has adjourned for the day and may not meet again until next year. The House is due next in Springfield, December 2nd. Senate President saying he will only call senators back to take any substantive action. Fox Lake Mayor Donnie Schmidt says the village is stunned following news that Officer Joseph Glenowitz staged his own suicide. Schmidt last night, in the first meeting since the Glenowitz investigation culminated, said proper measures must be put in place to ensure it never happens again. He also defended his weekend trip to see the Bears play in San Diego with former Chief Michael Behan. People in Chicago will soon get a chance to pay off those old parking tickets without a late fee. The amnesty program allows citations or back taxes issued before 2012 to be paid off without a fine. It begins Sunday and runs through December 31st. White Sox have hired former Cubs manager Rick Renteria as their bench coach. Bulls open up a 2-game homestand of their own when the Hornets visit the United Center on Friday as the Blackhawks wrap up their 2-game homestand tomorrow when the Devils come to town. The news service of RCN Entertainment Redefined. Get award-winning Superfast 155 internet and awesome digital TV as low as $55.94 per month. Plus, take TV anywhere with RCN to go. It's awesome-azing. RCN Entertainment Redefined, 800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. 8:33 is our time, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes in forgive and forget.
With a guy like Quentin Tarantino, who is reportedly about to apologize for calling cops murderers, are you inclined to forgive him? The way I see it, we should have our hearts open to somebody who's willing to say they're sorry. If we fail to forgive when somebody says, you know what, I blew it, I'm wrong, then we're no better than the left.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is the top choice of doctors and nurses nationwide and should be yours. With one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner provides an accurate temperature, stress-free. Available at Walgreens.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
Attend the Chicago Military Collectible Show Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Odeum Expo Center on Villa Avenue in Villa Park. For details, visit militarypromotions.info.
He once took a home purchase from one of his competitors just by answering his phone. When the Federal Reserve has a meeting about interest rates, he is the first they consult. When a millennial asked him if she should purchase a condo instead of renting, he had her signing closing papers 2 weeks later. He understands the needs of his past customers so intensely that he answers their questions before they're asked. Some of his competition specialize in a certain product. He specializes in getting his borrowers the lowest interest rates and closing costs available on all types of mortgages, jumbos, conventional, FHA, VA, and he even does reverse mortgages. He is the most interesting mortgage banker in the world.
My name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Loans don't always get approved or handled the right way, but when they do, it's because you called Townstone Financial. So call me, Barry Sterner, 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is an Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639.
The most recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on the Affordable Care Act made one thing certain. We will all have to deal with this ever-changing law until at least 2017. If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. That's right, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating AM 560 listeners on the Affordable Care Act for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Dan. If you have a pre-existing condition, a canceled plan, or your premium increased, now's the time to get covered. 2016 open enrollment begins on November 1st and ends on January 31st. During this 90-day window, you cannot be denied coverage. Depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. The new healthcare law is very complicated and you do need guidance. It costs you nothing to use a broker, so why not tap into my expertise?
Thanks, Steve. How can our listeners get in touch with you?
They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
In 2015, the Huskies look to defend their Mid-American Conference Championship.
The MAC championship belongs to Northern Illinois.
Led by sophomore quarterback Drew Hare.
Drew Hare is going to keep it. Hare angles left. Hare into the end zone.
Catch all of the action right here on the Husky Sports Network.
Tune in Wednesday, November 11th at 7 p.m. as the Huskies take on the Buffalo Bulls. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
8:37 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The eastbound Adams Tollway has stop-and-go traffic from Barrington Road to Meacham. Westbound there delays from Meacham to Roselle Road due to construction in the right lane. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial a little heavy. Maple to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. Express lanes pretty light as Veterans Day. The Eden's 19 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose half on 23. The Kennedy 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown half on 28. The Eisenhower 42 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop half on 34. Stevenson 38 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. To Ryan 17 minutes. 95th to downtown. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte at AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Sun this morning, clouds on the increase for the afternoon. Breezy and mild, high 62. Overnight, rain, maybe a thunderstorm. Heavy winds beginning around midnight until 6 a.m. tomorrow, low 44. Currently, 47. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, before we talk a little pizza for Patriots, and before we get to Travis on the road, who's active duty military, to comment on the back and forth between Rand and Ruby on military spending yesterday, I feel it's my patriotic duty to blow the whistle here.
What?
We've got a bit of a scandal on our hands, and I am not going to go down like Hillary Flack. We had a text from 630 that wished you a happy birthday, Amy, because today's your birthday, and guessed your age, and that text was deleted. And so...
Well, I'm not, I'm not shucking oysters over here. I'm actually deleting things, okay?
Get turnkey.pro in here with their forensic team.
How do you think Hillary learned how to do what she did?
Yeah, pull those texts back out. All right. Let's go to Travis on the road. Travis, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning to both of you, and Amy, happy birthday.
Thank you, Travis.
And happy Veterans Day as well.
More importantly, yes.
So, the interesting question that Rand Paul brought up last night. I'm active duty. I've been in for 19 years, and I make a career out of it. And in my opinion, the military, or the Department of Defense in general, has grown to a bloated, somewhat inefficient bureaucracy. I think there's plenty of room for cutting without harming our ability to defend ourselves. The way we do that, we need to redefine the scope of the military. And what I mean by that is, what should our military be doing? Should we be providing humanitarian aid all over the world? Should we be rebuilding countries or trying to build democracies? Or what I think we should be doing is we should be a very efficient, sharp weapon to respond to an enemy that is either actively threatening us and is a legitimate threat, or they've already harmed the interest of U.S. Citizens and U.S. taxpayers. If we did that, then I think, one, we would be much more feared in the U.S., and our guys, I've done multiple deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan, and our guys would not be over there for extended periods of time. They would simply go over there, eliminate the threat, and come home. That's my thoughts.
Thanks for the call, Travis. Appreciate it. Well stated. And
thanks for your service, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the kind of cerebral conversation, focused conversation we need to be having in the context of a presidential campaign, which is why I thought the exchanges, not just between Rand and Rubio, but particularly between Rand and Rubio, were so important. Thanks for the call, Travis. Very good stuff. Bill in Will County, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning.
Morning.
I just wanted to call and say that I agreed with what Rand had to say. I think Eisenhower, made an excellent point about being cautious of the military-industrial complex and how much of their government they are of our government they run, and how much money we're borrowing from others around the world or devaluing our currency in order to protect ourselves today from every boogeyman under the bed. And I wonder if with that kind of spending and borrowing, what will the next generation be doing when they're paying off our debt and having to defend themselves. And I don't see any good answers from most Republicans on this.
Thanks for the call, Bill. Appreciate it. Switching gears, but staying on topic, generally speaking, support of our military men and women. We're now joined by our friend Sergeant Mark Evans, he of pizzaforpatriots.com. Sergeant Evans,
Good
thanks
morning.
so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Guys, hey, I want to thank Amy and Dan. I want to thank you so much for your support of our troops here on this great day, and all your WIND listeners in Salem Communications. You're always really good to the troops.
Well, what are you doing today then to help the troops? Going to VA hospitals again this year?
Yes, today we're doing, our goal was 50 around the United States. We're above 30 and working hard trying to achieve that goal. It's going to go on all week, pizza parties. So by the end of the week, we should have one in each state. Last year we did 68. Being today's a holiday, some VAs don't celebrate with they have a small staff. Isn't that nice?
And who's your pizza partner for this this endeavor?
Pizza partner is Rich Products. They're fantastic. They make a chef pizza. It's excellent. And but for Veterans Day, we buy at the local store that's close to them that they prefer.
Why is pizza so important for these veterans, and what's their reaction when you bring in a hot piece of pie?
Well, you know, your average combat veteran is 20 and a half years old. 2.5 years ago, they were in high school playing sports or whatever, theater or good grades, and it's always about pizza. And then when you go to college, you survive on pizza. Pizza puts smiles on people's faces. It's subliminal persuasion, you know. So this year, our veterans thing, and we've had this for a few years, is Adopt the VA USA. People can go to adoptthevausa.com or pizzasforpatriots.com. They could the Adopt the VA. We usually do 20 to 30 pizzas at $5 or $6 a piece. That's $150. You literally could have a party for a whole VA.
That's great. And it's worth noting, too, you have not just served our country honorably, but your daughter is active duty as well, right?
Oh, thanks for saying that. Yes, my daughter and son-in-law are refueler pilots.
Oh,
wow.
Right.
And Stratotanker. They sit on 250,000 gallons of fuel, which is a little dangerous, but we're so blessed.
Nobody
this year we're announcing, you're not kidding, Dan. This year we're announcing First Responders Initiative. That's where, you know, you see all these hero policemen and firemen and people, average people, doing heroic things. Like recently down in southern Illinois, that lady ran out of her house and pulled the guy off his wheelchair before a train hit him on railroad tracks. Mm-hmm. And we bought her a pizza party. I've bought paramedics pizza parties. I was on an accident scene helping a lady, and the paramedics came, and they were wonderful. And police as well, because, you know, people are losing their respect for these guys, and we need to pump them up. They need to be taken care of, just like our troops.
Yeah, they need to be honored. And I love what you do on the 4th of July every year. You actually go to the fight, go to the battle lines, and give pizza to soldiers, active duty combat soldiers.
Yes, we airdrop it all the way out. This year we did Afghanistan, and we also sent to Kuwait, and the military took it out further to some very forward areas that could not disclose to us, but they have forward operators that needed pizza as well. And I was just talking to a lady. We were downstairs, and her son had the pizza, and he told her, "I'm not going to get the pizza, Mom, where I'm at." And he called her last week. He's like, "Oh my God, I have the pizza. This is incredible." And she was crying, you know. And the veterans do. She said that all the guys took their pieces of pizza and they walked away from each other and just sat down by themselves. And thinking of home, you know.
Yeah, it's great. Well, and look, not that we necessarily deserve it, but I mean, there's a couple of radio talk show hosts that are open to the idea of a pizza party.
You're not kidding. I know. I usually
come
by,
works.
but you know, I usually come by and do that with you.
I know. We appreciate it.
That's okay.
So what's your first hospital that you're going to today?
Today we are doing Jesse Brown and Hines.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse Brown's having a huge party, and so does Hines. And then we're doing, we have 3 in Florida and all that. Can I read you something really profound that I found?
Sure.
It made me cry. Embrace the star. Who are the women that embrace the star? Does anyone know who they are? They raised their children right by their side, gave them love, showed them pride, taught them the basics and how to speak. Always hugged them and kissed their cheek. Read them stories, sang them songs, taught them the difference between right and wrong. Then one day, I'm crying, I can't see it. Then one day their country called. They lost their life for our country. And it says, the mothers embraced the star. That's something.
Sergeant Mark Evans, tell us where people can go to get more information about pizzaforpatriots.com and how they can help your worthy mission.
They could go to Pizzas for Patriots, any amount, just to know you're part of it, just to say, hey, the best thing is we can give an easy helping hand for people to do something. You imagine just buy, your kids or something, you buy a pizza. These are like our kids. General Petraeus, I saw General Petraeus a few weeks ago. He was in town for Chicago Ideas Week, and I went to it, and I told the head people, I said, I want to talk to David Petraeus, and they go, well, who are you? I says, I'm a friend of his, and I showed my coin that he gave me from him.
Challenge coin?
So they brought me back there, yes, his military coin. And I went back there, I said, David, I want to bring this back to you. He was smiling ear to ear. He's, Mark, it's really good to see you. I've been watching the Pizza Project, and it's just fantastic. So, and he said, remember, they're our kids. We've got to take them. I said, yes, sir, I remember that. So, the generals even, they never forget. These are their kids as well, and don't think for a minute they worry about our kids over there. And to put a point with Travis, remember he said that we need to be strong and go in there and take care of business and leave. Well, remember President Obama, when his back was against the wall and he said he was going to cure this war, who did he ask to solve it? David Petraeus went over there. They did the surge and completely completely stopped the war. And then President Obama thought it was safe to pull out.
All right.
I don't have. So thank you. You could go to Adopt a VA USA and Adopt a VA. And also, if you want, you could buy Pizza Party for our first responders. We have you can send in an idea. If you saw someone that's a hero, did something, we will buy them a pizza party.
Okay. And you can find it all at pizzaforpatriots.com. Thank you so much, Mark Evans. Have a blessed day.
Dan, give us 100 push-ups, all right? I know Amy can do them.
I'll do them one-armed.
Yeah.
All right, Amy, make sure he can do them, all right?
Yeah. Thanks, Sergeant Evans. Appreciate it.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Do you want to do the story? Okay, guys. Shifting gears in a big way. Lorena Bobbitt's in town, so protect the family jewels. But first, here's your forecast. Sunshine. Increasing clouds by this afternoon. Breezy, mild, a high of 63 degrees. And it's really the calm before the storm because tonight it's going to get nasty around here. We're going to have rain, thunderstorms, and with it, bringing some high damaging winds. And tomorrow, very windy, a passing morning shower, otherwise cooler, a high of 52. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. This being Veterans Day, it's lighter than usual in most. So happy Veterans Day, and to you, Amy, happy birthday. Adams Tollway, eastbound traffic is really bottled up between Barrington Road and Meacham. There's some westbound road work, so it's slow Meacham to Roselle in the right lane. The Edens is fine inbound. Outbound, just a 4-minute delay, Dempster to Lake Avenue. The Kennedy, 32 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, but slower in the Express. Outbound, 28 minutes. The Eisenhower, 41 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. 21 from Manheim, outbound all clear. Stevenson, just 38 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, just 17 minutes, 95th to downtown. Jim Talawanti, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Gentlemen, Dan Proft here, and it's Movember. Guys, you know what that means. Mustaches and taking better care of your health. In honor of November, Low T Center is offering a testosterone and PSA test for only $50, and no appointment is necessary. Low T Center makes it easy to get your levels checked. I experienced it personally. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and you get your results within minutes. And Low T Center's services are covered by most health insurance. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. Low T Center even has convenient and flexible hours. So take care of yourself this Movember and get your PSA and testosterone tested for only $50. I did. Call my friends at Low T Center today, 630-409-4305. That number, 630-409-4305. Or you can visit them online at lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
It's easy to take your commercial HVAC system for granted. It's always there, keeping your building comfortably warm or cool. Until you have a system failure. With another unforgiving Chicago winter just around the corner, now's the time to have a comprehensive review of your mechanical HVAC system. And you don't want just anyone. You want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical professionals. For over 80 years, Air Comfort has delivered its customers the best trained and highly skilled team of award-winning technicians. That's why Air Comfort is recognized as Star Certified by the MSCA, a designation achieved by only 2% of contractors nationwide. With a service fleet of more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby. Schedule your system check by calling now, 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with a 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
All right, everybody, gird your loins. Lorena Bobbitt is in town. Yeah, well, she was on with Steve Harvey, so she's here in Chicago. It's a two-part segment on lovers who lost it. Remember her back in 1983? She accused her husband of beating her up and raping her. So she went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and cut off the family jewels at the base, and then drove and threw it out the window. And it was subsequently reattached. And let's just say the marriage didn't end well. But now she's remarried. Oh, by the way, she was found not guilty for reasons of insanity. Never spent a day in jail. She's remarried, and
There's a guy who likes to live dangerously.
Yeah, but they never talk about it.
He's a gentleman, and he treats me like he's supposed to. And everything is, so far so good.
How did he bring up the subject?
He never brings the subject. I mean, it's amazing.
He didn't bring it up.
He never bring it up. Maybe because he never bring it up.
No, he doesn't bring it up, but he does sleep with one eye open.
Hey-oh. But then he asked her, too, does your ex-husband ever try to contact you?
Do you ever speak to your ex-husband? Has he contacted you since?
He tried. Yeah, he tried. But I always deleted his number. I mean, I have my life. I have a new life now, and I just want to focus on what is, positive, and I surrounded myself with positive people. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And she has a 12-year-old daughter with her new husband.
Be an uncomfortable conversation with old John Wayne Bobbitt there. I got an idea, though. That was the Steve Harvey show.
Yeah?
Lorena Bobbitt and versus John Wayne Bobbitt on Family Feud.
Oh, now that would be a good one.
Here's a guy who's not afraid of his penis.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
You've heard me talking about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, then you're missing thoughtful, expository content you won't find anywhere else from those who have operated in the political and policy arenas. Each week, you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current this week with Chicago broadcasting legend Bruce Dumont. That's our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders. You can also view Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time to explain what the policy challenges are, why we have them, and what we can do about them. And you can check out highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising program, which tackles state and local politics and policy with deep thinkers from the Illinois Policy Institute and Illinois Opportunity Project. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that aren't heard anywhere else. No sacred cows, no punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Which American president first signed legislation declaring Veterans Day an American holiday? The answer after this.
Now, more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your home is one of the most important decisions you can make.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know what it takes to sell your home.
The Wall Street Journal ranked Ed at 88th in the entire country for closed listings.
I know that there's no gimmick to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful.
Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 rank in Will County.
You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that I have to sell it.
When Ed saw market trends change, he was ready and promptly received a RE/MAX of Northern Illinois Trendsetter Award.
Sure, it takes awards, but it also takes a lot of effort. So why would you try to sell your home with a we'll sell your house or buy it from you kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something's seriously wrong.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
On June 1st, 1954, President Dwight Eisenhower signed legislation changing the name of Armistice Day to Veterans Day. Armistice Day was first observed on November 11th, 1919, as a way to recognize the sacrifices made by veterans of World War I. On Veterans Day this year, we remember the sacrifices made by all of our veterans. From RE/MAX Professionals and AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rowe's the
I'm
man.
sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rowe's the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855 1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rowe's the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thank you so much for listening, and thank you to all the veterans who have served this great nation. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. But let's go back into the newsroom now and say hello again to Mike Scott.
We have sunshine in your forecast for today, but dangerous weather overnight. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Chris Foster. A dozen Republican presidential candidates on stage for their fourth debates of the campaign, with 8 at the primetime event in Milwaukee. Fox's Jared Halpern was there and joins us live.
Fewer candidates on the stage, but not fewer fights between the Republican hopefuls.
I would like to make a comment. You've already made 2 comments, John. It's my turn.
Ohio Governor John Kasich and former Florida Governor Jeb Bush jostling for time. Then there was this between Senator Rand Paul, Carly Fiorina, and Donald Trump.
Ronald Reagan was strong, but Ronald Reagan didn't.
And Ronald Reagan walked away at Reykjavik. He walked away. He quit talking when it was time to quit talking.
Can I finish with my time?
Why does
she keep interrupting everybody?
The 4,000 or so here booing that. Still, the Republican National Committee giving the moderators high marks for leading a lot of substance on taxes, spending, and government regulation. Chris.
Jared Halpern in Milwaukee. A little boy is charged with murder in Alabama. Here's Fox's Jeff Manasso.
Chris, police in Birmingham say an 8-year-old boy was left in charge of his 1-year-old sister while his mother, Katera Lewis, was out with friends October 11th at a nightclub. The boy later beat the toddler to death, apparently because she was crying.
Well, we're going to try to see where everybody was located at that point in time, and I think that's just going to be an interesting fact that may come into play with this case.
The mother's attorney, Emery Anthony, says his client's story doesn't match up with the allegations. Lewis is charged with manslaughter. The boy is also charged and now in protective custody. Chris.
Jeff, thanks. A winter storm hitting the Rockies and Plains. Snow totals from Jim Hayes with the National
Happy birthday.
I got something for you.
Yeah.
Hope you're not offended, but... All right, what should we tease? Oh. What do we have tomorrow? What's going on?
Does he usually record off here?
I record in here, but yesterday Mike's got bled into our recording, so I just want to make sure we're good.
You should be good to go. You're all set.
When's the next debate?
In a month. Would you see the trailer for the Benghazi film?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that looked good, didn't it?
Yeah. I forgot to mention that.
I loved it. Perfect placement.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Comes out January. No, first 2 weeks in January. I'm definitely going to see that movie.
Yeah, we could tease that.
Okay. We should get the producer on or something. All right. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Should the GOP be organizing watch parties across the nation for 13 hours, that Benghazi movie?
We'll explain beginning at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer. Let me make sure it's all good. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Should the GOP be organizing watch parties across the nation for 13 hours, that Benghazi movie?
We'll explain beginning at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer. Chicago's... Yep, we're good. What should we do for tomorrow?
I have no idea. I suggested Diamond and Silk, so I can resuggest that for whoever's booking the show tomorrow. Or we can just... Should the GOP be organizing...
I would like to replay today's show. Well, that might be a little dated, because hopefully I'm not going to get pulled over and it's not my birthday again. So...
We'll play the last 2 hours. Oh, that's still a lot of birthday time. Should the GOP be organizing watch parties across the nation for 13 hours, that Benghazi movie?
It's like, enough. Okay, we got it. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Should the GOP be organizing watch parties across the nation for 13 hours, that Benghazi movie?
We'll explain beginning at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Should the GOP be organizing watch parties across the nation for 13 hours, that Benghazi movie?
We'll explain beginning at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer. Ruined my whole day. Yeah. Ruined it. Never again. He smelled my breath. Oof. Okay, it should be in there. Just tell David when he gets back that I saved it. It's good, not like yesterday's. Thank you. Thanks so much for today, too. Really appreciate it.
Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens Expressway is now delay-free on this Veterans Day. The inbound Kennedy has slowed traffic from Kimball into the Burns Circle. 32 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 24 from Montrose, 20 in the Express. Outbound 26 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound Eisenhower, 36 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, 20 from Manhunt. Outbound Clear Salem. Inbound Stevenson, 38 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound it's fine. Ryan, 17 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow from before Roselle to Meacham. Westbound heavy Meacham to Roselle with roadwork in the right lane. Northbound Tri-State heavy 290. The other tollways are good. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Mike Gallagher is next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
This afternoon, increasing cloudiness. It'll be breezy and mild with a high 62. Cloudy and windy tonight, periods of rain and a thunderstorm. Those storms can bring along some damaging winds. Low tonight, 44. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
49 at O'Hare, 51 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 9:30. Mike Gallagher starts now on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Market Overdrive with Carla Mina. 2 power hours of real estate trends, secrets, and advice heard every Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m.
When you can't trust the mainstream media, where do you turn? Get the answers from Mike Gallagher right now on AM 560. The Answer.
And now, this radio station gets turned into your total information source with the Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. And now, sitting in for Mike today, here's Mike Cento.
And a very happy Veterans Day to all of you who can take pride in saying that you served our country. Tell a veteran today how much they mean to you, that you realize and you understand the sacrifices they made to make life easier for them, just to make life sustainable in this great nation we call America. I'm Mike Cento. I'm proud to say that I am, in fact, a veteran as well, as was my father, who served on Pearl Harbor and survived, and Guadalcanal, and my father-in-law, who was a fighter pilot in Vietnam. And I am proud to say I'm a veteran. You can never undo that service that you do for America and the pride that it gives you. So happy Veterans Day, and take a veteran out to dinner tonight, and show them how much you appreciate it. I'm Mike Cento in for Mike Gallagher. You can reach me by calling 1-800-655-MIKE, 1-800-655-6453, or you can email me at callcintonow, spelled S-C-I-N-T-O, callcintonow@gmail.com, or on Twitter at Mike Cento Show. Missouri. Wow. The show me state. Missouri University. And university in general that normally would be an open site for expression, that would be an open site for getting to facts, that would be an open site for journalists who want to learn more. But far from it. Let's take a look at what's happened at Mizzou, and developments even as late as last night and today at Mizzou. Allegations of racial or racist remarks by some students against others. Of course, had the chancellor resign, the president resign from the university. Yesterday, was it yesterday or day before? I think it was day before yesterday when he stepped down. We had a confrontation. Let's hear that right now as reporters went to get more answers about what's happening. There was a confrontation with the public relations spokesperson for Mizzou, who really didn't want to deal with reporters. And here's what happened when she confronted the students.
Hi, media. Can I talk to you?
No, you need to get out.
Well,
you need to get out.
No, I don't.
You need to get out.
I actually don't.
All right. Hey, who wants to help me get this reporter out of here? I need some muscle over here. Help me get him out. Who's going to help me?
Are you documenting? What are you
I'm
doing?
documenting.
Okay, well,
you need to get out. You need to get out.
This is public property.
Yeah, I know, that's a really good one. I'm a communication faculty, and I really get that argument. But you need to go. You need to go. You need to go.
Sir, please respect these people.
Can you believe that? Now what led up to that, and the video is if you can, I'm sure it's on YouTube. but the video is there was an Asian American, and Lance, was that the Asian American talking just then, or was that another reporter? I can't remember because they moved to another location. But the Asian American had a camera and he was taking pictures there. And they were right in his face telling him he can't take pictures, he can't be there, he's got to leave, and basically pushed him out of the way. I thought they were going to take his camera and smash it. And let's find out if anybody really knows what started all this unrest. Let's listen to this montage by the National Review, an audio montage of what people say the reason for all this was.
What has sparked all